Hunters, today is a stream that I've been dreading. I'm probably going to do this in one of two ways, and this is the closest thing that you'll likely see to an actual crash out. But I think that this is something that has just kind of forced my hand due to not just the Monster Hunter community as a whole having a lot to say about the current state of Monster Hunter Wilds, but also the gaming industry as a whole. I mean, this is being reported on by multiple outlets due to the more recent rash of negative sentiments leveraged towards Monster Hunter Wilds on PC. I'll preface this with one statement. I feel that I have a pretty neutral and balanced perspective. I am not going into this as a Capcom or Monster Hunter shill, despite the fact that I am a big fan of the series that I'm passionate about. But also, on the other hand, I do want to try to temper some of the feelings and sentiments and buzz around this, because I feel that this is wildly getting overblown. But hey, maybe I'm the one who's got my blinders on. I'm not sure. I'm trying to maintain self-awareness and composure throughout the course of the conversation, but I think it's something that needs to be discussed and something that I've avoided discussing at length because I would much rather spend my time here on camera, on a live stream, spending time with the community and having a good time doing what a game is meant to do and what a community is meant to do, surrounded between different geographical regions, time zones, walks of life, whatever, coming together and enjoying a mutual hobby. I don't feel that I have that privilege today, and it's just something that's been sat on my heart for a while. If you were to take a look at the infographic that I have here, taken from Dixerto on Twitter, you can see that from roughly 1 month or so after Monster Hunter came out, or Monster Hunter Wilds came out, there was definitely mixed. It was mixed for a while when it came down to reviews. You can see that there's quite a lot of negativity leveraged against the PC port of the game. I think that there's a lot of validity to that. And if we were to just take a look at Steam, we can see a rash of different feelings. I think Slinger Slasher here encapsulates a lot of them very, very succinctly, if perhaps a little bit overly reductive. The reality is that people feel that it's short. People feel that it's easy. Streamlined, too built for the mainstream audience, too expensive even. Potato chips, good to see you. Or it runs like trash, and there are issues with the game where it's just not running well, or it crashes. I think that for a lot of people, the sentiments like Poofies has, save your money, a game needs to cook for an additional 1 to 2 years. Or, get an expansion like Sunbreaker Iceborne before it's worthy of its current price. Although I think that that's a little bit ironic, given the fact that you're going to then have to pay for the DLC expansion on top of the price of the game. I don't know. I'm not getting it. But I think there's a lot to unpack here that we do need to talk about. First off and foremost, if you're coming from the perspective of, hey, Monster Hunter World, when I played Monster Hunter World, boy howdy do I remember, what a vibrant game it was. So many different challenges. I got, to a certain monster and it just beat the tar out of me. I really had to learn the ropes. I had to rebuild my entire setup to be able to play this game and to be able to advance within Monster Hunter World. And I think that that's fair. But I also think that for a lot of folks, we forget, especially on PC, for many of us, Monster Hunter World was our first. Monster Hunter World was a definitive first experience, and just like any sequel to a game, it's never going to be the same as the original. So reflecting back on it, we think of the good old days in Monster Hunter World as we're like learning the ropes for the first time. We now have a new game that's come out, and I want to feel that same thing all over again. And I don't think that that's going to be there. When we're playing a game that is thematically very similar to something that we have originally experienced, we're already comparing through that lens, the lens of our own experiences. We're expecting to feel the same way. And I think Toby Fox mentioned this quite well when reflecting on Undertale. He said, I don't think that I can make a game that's going to make you feel the same way Undertale made you feel. But I can make something good, and I can make something different. And that's exactly how he prefaced the way that he was walking into his philosophy, his development philosophy for Deltarune. So when we talk about games, when we're talking the lack of content in Monster Hunter Wilds, it's true. It's factually accurate. There's less content in Monster Hunter Wilds than there is in Monster Hunter World. That is just a fact. And the reason for that is that there is a DLC expansion that was created for Monster Hunter World. There are multiple title updates, even if you don't have the DLC expansion. So if you have base Monster Hunter World, no Iceborne, it's going to have more content than Monster Hunter Wilds will. That's a fact. Now, is it fair? Is it fair to make that comparison? Absolutely not. It's not fair to make that comparison yet because we're not even up to title update 2. The game has only been out for a total of under 4 months as of the minute. And if we were to look at the time frame here of release, when we think of Monster Hunter World didn't even release on PC at the same time that the Xbox and PlayStation versions did. It was what, 7 months, about 7 months or so in 2018 when Monster Hunter World came out for PC. And holy smokes, was that an absolute disaster. It legitimately was. It was almost unplayable, to the point that the game was not only delayed by nearly 7 months, but also it did not have the ability to play at the rated spec, because we have so much. I think we have so much blinders on when we look back on it. We look back and we've played it now for 6-7 years, and we think Monster Hunter World, as we remember it now, I think we forget that it's different than what it was at release. It was a sloppy pile of crap on PC. Furthermore, when we think about Monster Hunter World Iceborne, Monster Hunter World Iceborne also had a delay in the DLC compared to its release on console. I think it's really important to remember how things were at the state of release. We have to compare Wilds in its current state now, just prior to Title Update 2, and compare that to what World was just prior to Title Update 2. That is an apples to apples comparison. That is a similar comparison. It's when we think about the amount of content that was in Monster Hunter World, I also I remember when they were doing, let me see here, I think it's this tab right here. Yeah, the beta. The beta itself for Monster Hunter World, one of the highlights of that beta was 4-player online co-op for the beta. We had 4-player online co-op in all of the betas for Wilds. And not only that, one of the highlights was a training room. Okay. Great. That's fantastic. Monster Hunter World and its lead up to its release, certainly had some pre-release content, certainly had some beta content, and yeah, there was excitement that was generated around Monster Hunter World's release. But what it was at that time was actually technically and technologically less than what Wilds was throughout its betas. And yes, it has some issues. But when we think about Monster Hunter Wilds got a simultaneous global release across all of the betas, and then across all of the platforms. When I think back on like Monster Hunter Tri, for instance, take Tri Ultimate. I mean, at that point, Tri itself was criticized for not having as many weapons, not having as many monsters. And then we ended up with Tri G or Tri Ultimate on 3DS and on Wii U. And the multiplayer in that, I mean, you couldn't do online multiplayer with a 3DS at all. You could only do local ad hoc multiplayer. And the online multiplayer for the Wii U was segregated by region. You couldn't play with the Japanese players, even though they were on the same platform. At least with Monster Hunter World, you could play with anybody worldwide on the same platform. So like PS4 or Xbox or PC. I mean, sure, we were still separated. Now we have completely cross-platform multiplayer. When we also think about it, take a look at the specs for Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World, the minimum system requirements, we talk about Wilds, right? And when we think about Wilds, we talk about how Wilds performance is awful. And everybody loves to mention that the fact that you need to have frame generation is terrible. It is. Let's be real, it is. But minimum system requirements, 1080p 30 with graphics setting set to low. Graphics settings set to low. And even then, 1080p 30 with graphics settings set to high for the recommendation or the recommended specifications. That doesn't even include the high definition resolution texture pack that was released as free DLC later. Right? So what they have done is they have moved the needle forward in an appreciable way where we can have our system requirements, or at least the benchmark to which they have calibrated their system requirements to at least medium, where we're targeting 60 FPS. Now, yeah, of course, you've got to have frame generation according to that, and that's not necessarily great, but we also have a lot more people now playing in 2K and 4K resolutions. So take Heavy Arms here. I think a lot of people forget about this. Monster Hunter Wilds hits 60 frames per second at launch. When we're talking about the PC, or not PC, the non-PC, the console variant of the games, this was a first. Yes, of course, you had to play the game in performance mode, and that ran at 1080, but it did hit 60 FPS pretty stably. This is a first for Monster Hunter. I think Heavy Wings is right to mention that. So not only were the recommended specs for Monster Hunter World lower, but also in many cases did not even hit 45 FPS. We've got 43 and 46 for PS4 Pro and Xbox One X for Monster Hunter World. So think about that for a second. And so as we're looking at the content and the content planning, one of the things that have also come forward is like the leaks and the trickle of content. It's been really frustrating when people say, oh, there's not enough content, because then you get people like this who are just like, Wilds is just continuing the trend of making the game smaller since World. How? How have they physically made the game smaller since World? If we're talking about raw data, when you're talking about the download, no, it's not. But you're also talking about like wide open spaces and maps, to the point that the other side of that coin, people are criticizing the fact that it's so big and wide and open that it's just empty space. So that's not a smaller game sense world. But we have these weird expectations and these weird takes like, give us 4 times what this game has in it. More to explore, more to fight, more to customize. And it's spelled customize. Ugh. So on one hand, there's some legitimacy to the frustrations because people literally just want more of this. They want more. They want more. They want better. And for me, I think that that's a testament to a quality product. So when I see things like this, where we're not just talking about all reviews being mixed, that's fair, but overwhelmingly negative in the last 30 days because people are getting access to unofficial leaks. I feel that that's just doing a disservice to the game because we're judging a game before we've even had the opportunity to be able to experience the content to which they are building up to. It's like reading the end of a book or watching the end of a series and then being like, oh, okay, well, I know the ending now. I don't have to watch the rest, and then I can make my judgments according to that. When we're talking about the content in comparison to prior Monster Hunter games, I think that there's a loss of perspective there. Where I do not feel that there's a loss of perspective is some of the legitimate issues that we do have, however, with things like game-breaking bugs, things like the game's stability, things like, hey, the performance is fine up until for whatever reason now it's loading all of these texture assets and I had take a complete plunge in my performance and then it stutters and jitters. And then, you know, we have technical issues with the game. We had seen that in Dragon's Dogma 2. Everybody cites that. Dragon's Dogma 2 had some really rough performance issues. RE engine doesn't scale well into wide open landscapes. We have documented this quite a bit. It performs better. Does it perform well? No. So yeah, of course, there's some legitimacy to those complaints. There's some legitimacy to the complaints about the game having an inaccessibility just due to the fact that now there are certain people who literally cannot open the game. As of 5/28, after 250 plus hours of gameplay, the game will no longer boot up. Well, yeah. There's some legitimacy there. In fact, I remember distinctly, I was in the Monster Hunter Wilds Discord working with the other fellow leaders for almost an entire day, trying to figure out why the game kept crashing. The game was crashing for me on stream as well, which was definitely not great for the content that I wanted to create. And regrettably speaking, the only thing that I could do was roll back to the NVIDIA driver from about the same time that the game released. And it's been stable ever since. So something busted, something broke. But they are continuing to at least steadily improve performance when and where they can. And the development cost for that post-release is pretty steep. They dedicated, I want to say it was like 6 to 9 months they dedicated to performance optimization and getting better performance and refining the data, the tech behind the game, which the game sits on, the code, where they would then be able to have a reasonable performance. And a lot of people have noted, you in chat right here, have noted improved performance. But if we're talking about improved performance versus expected performance, that's where it becomes subjective again. I think that for many of us, we, as gamers, we want to experience a game maybe at higher resolutions, higher clarity, higher graphical fidelity, higher frame rates. And I think that that's valid. I think that for us, I mean, I don't really enjoy the sluggishness of input latency when a game is below 30 FPS. I'm sorry, I'm playing a video game that requires command and response, as in I put an input on my controller and then I can visually see the outcome of that on my screen. If there's latency there, it's tangible. It really degrades the experience. So relying on things such as frame generation, which introduces even more latency at low frame rates, is really not an option for us. But then how do we get better performance out of a game? Or how do we get better performance built into a game for older or aging or lower spec hardware? And that's something that I personally, I don't have an answer to, because I'm not a developer, I'm not a designer, I'm not obviously the one who created the RE engine, I'm not the one that's promoting it. But when it comes down to refining a game's functionality for optimized code for PC versus for Xbox versus for PS5, that becomes developmentally challenging. That is a high cost for a game that has already sold and already released. And so I think that if you're looking to experience this game at 120 FPS max graphics, and you know that's like your expectation, and you want to go in there without frame generation, and like, no, I should be able to do this because Cyberpunk 2077 can run 120 FPS on my 5090. Okay, that's great, but Cyberpunk 2077 had an absolute PR disaster for all of its first 6 months to a year. And you have to remember that as a game iterates and develops, that it also does streamline its performance as well. So I think that when we consider the variety of different hardware that exists, when we consider the current state of gaming where it's advanced, the technologies and the demand on hardware has advanced and scaled faster than the hardware can actually keep up to it. That's why conversations such as fake frames come around, because NVIDIA is also struggling to keep up with the load, the compute load that is now being placed on hardware. But let's pivot away from ideas of performance and crashing. I think that those things are valid. When a game cannot actually functionally perform well, then yes, that's a legitimate complaint. When I am physically unable to play and experience this game due to poor code, due to complete and utter lack of optimization. I'm not saying that that's Wilds. I do believe that it has been optimized or is improving its optimization in its current state. But then, yeah, it's frustrating when I cannot play a game because it won't run. I'm 10 minutes into the game and the game just crashes itself. I don't know what to do, and other people don't really have answers, and I've gone all over Reddit, etc. And then I had to roll back my graphics driver and now it works great. I don't understand why. It doesn't really help me. So I think that those are legitimate complaints, but let's talk about content. People feel that the game was rushed. They're usually talking about two different indicators or three different indicators, I think, that the game was, that they point to. One, there's a lower or smaller roster, for example, in Wilds than compared to World. This just goes back to what I had mentioned earlier. We are comparing apples to oranges. If we're talking about base World without Iceborne in its current state, then yeah, World has more monsters, but there are still more monsters on the horizon. Now, if you're upset that there isn't enough, well, I mean, we are getting Lagiacrus, which is something that we've been wanting to see for so long, but so many people are like, it's not enough to save it now. They've already made up their mind. Okay. But once we see a few of these title updates roll out, and once we see the state of Wilds, right as we're getting to the cusp of the G rank expansion, I think that there will be a different story to tell. And I just hope that hunters and news outlets and gamers and the industry as a whole will allow that perspective to help shift the narrative from not just negativity, but hostility right now. And that's where I have that sort of problem. I mean, if you could think about the difficulty level and how people are talking about this game is just not as challenging now. You know, I remember I was completely steamrolled by Anjanath. That was my wall. It's like the 7th monster in the game, and holy smokes. But also, you think about Uthduna, and Uthduna there's a video actually out there. It's a 4-hour long video. I was talking Ryu's in chat. He was telling me about this. MH Meatman did a 4.5-hour video about you are wrong about Wilds and World, difficulty, misinformation, psychology, and Monster Hunter. And I would encourage anybody who wants to really get into pairing scaling for scaling, where we see the difficulty level scaling from a technical level, not a hunter perception level. Hunter perception is completely subjective in your own experience. It's very different. But we're talking about here what it looks like when we're talking about comparative stats, or roughly how far into the game, how many hours, or what number monster it is in the roster that you would experience due to the story progression. And the 7th monster is Uthduna. Uthduna was not particularly difficult, and I did not find it a wall. But then again, I also didn't find Anjanath a wall. But if we're comparing them, they scale in difficulty very similarly from a completely objective technical standpoint. As far as stats, HP, the amount of damage that it deals, it scales very similarly. And if it scales very similarly, then something else must have changed such that we perceive Uthduna as significantly easier. So for me, that makes me wonder, like, okay, if there's the same or similar comparable difficulty levels here, what could have changed? And when I was talking earlier, for PC players, the vast majority of us, in fact, 5th Fleet outnumbers the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th generation hunters. 5th generation hunters drastically outnumber all 4 of the 1st through 4th generation hunters combined. And so that means the vast majority of them, this is their formative Monster Hunter experience. Meaning that you were learning to be a hunter for the very first time in Monster Hunter World. Of course, Anjanath is going to be your wall. That sucker hit hard. But for anybody who was a veteran hunter, they might have found it challenging for certain to fight Anjanath, but typically speaking, I don't feel that was the narrative coming from hunters who had played other games prior. And so if we get to Uthduna, and for these hunters who had come in where Monster Hunter World was their first game, well, yeah, Uthduna is not going to be as much of a wall in the same way that Anjanath was. There's a few reasons for that. One, as hunters, we've grown. We've grown a lot. You've heard about it before. We are remembering a particular challenge and a particular experience from something in the past, and then using that to color our expectations of something in the here and now when we ourselves have grown and changed. I think that when you also consider the fact that we have a completely new mechanic involved, the focus mode was different. It's a different way of the Monster Hunter combat formula coming to life. It really does. It puts a different emphasis on the combat. You can like or dislike that. That's, again, something that I think is valuable, as part of this discussion. Hey, maybe you're really not a fan of the focus mode. And you know what? That's valid. I can see some arguments against it just because of how much power it gives the hunter. But even if we were to take focus mode out of that, I still find that the difficulty for Uthduna just isn't necessarily there because I've gone through multiple Monster Hunter games. Still disagreeing with the Anjanath thing. I'll even Toby kicked my ass. Went back to test in a proper base world. Rurikon showing up in chat. Hello. Good to see you. But I think that we spend so much time remembering a particular experience and then projecting those expectations onto Wilds. And your very first experience is going to be the most formative experience. It's so important to remember the bias through which we are examining a game and what our expectations are. So it's unfortunate that now we are seeing exactly what's happened here, where people are looking at this. And I think that because this has become such a blown up talking point, that now we are discussing a game to discuss it. And we're hating on a game to hate it, which I don't think has merit. There are legitimate criticisms about the game's performance, its stability, perhaps the way in which the content is being released, sure, but it breaks my heart because this is a game that I'm passionate about. This is a community that I'm passionate about. Now we're just fractured. We've taken the love of the hunt, and now we're looking at things like excuses like either the game doesn't work, or I don't like it because it's not World, or the price isn't worth the game. I mean, did you think about what the price was for a $50 game back in the 90s? We think about the $50 to $60 price point, right? And back in the early 90s, when that was like the staple, and it hasn't really gone up a whole lot since then. If we were to consider that in today's money, when we factor in inflation, it's well over $100. It's well over $100. So it's not like we got some sort of half-baked game. We got a Monster Hunter game. And for those of us who are unfamiliar, Monster Hunter delivers its first version first, and then we get the G rank expansion later. That's just how this goes. And so for some people, you know, if you've been familiar, you've been around the block a fair few times, you're just not going to experience the same level of challenge that you did in Monster Hunter World, or in Monster Hunter 4U, or in Monster Hunter Tri-U. You're not going to have that same experience. We've grown. If you really are that cut up about it, though, there is a harder difficulty presets mod on Nexus Mods. I would love for all y'all to go check that out. It's uploaded by Ultros7. The original upload was on the 6th of March, so it's a little bit out of date, but I mean, if you really that hard pressed to just have a difficulty increase, there are mods for that if you want to. The one thing that I would mention, though, is that when we're talking about the game as a comparison between Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter World, and we're comparing the difficulty scaling and the perception of ease compared to prior games, I feel as though there is a lack of self-perception here. I don't know. I find it that if that's the only thing that you're really that caught up about, then why not just continue to play Monster Hunter World? There are people who are playing through Monster Hunter World, though, and just as Gamers Lounge mentioned in chat, can beat it in chainmail. Can beat it in chainmail. Okay, so it's not that it's objectively less difficult. It's just that we have different means and more accessibility available, or more options available to us. Ruri says, not excusing the performance, it 100% has issues. Yes. But a lot of those issues have been exacerbated by NVIDIA garbage tier drivers. Ruri, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I did call attention to that. I literally had to roll back my drivers to the driver that released at the time of the game launch. It's the only way I was able to get the game to go stable, which is unfortunate. And that certainly hasn't helped, but then why are we blaming Capcom for that? Why are we blaming Monster Hunter for that? And I think, yeah, people want this game to be a Souls game. This is not a Souls game. Welcome to the average AMD experience. No. Yeah, I had a buddy of mine who had an AMD graphics card, and that was exactly his experience. That was exactly his experience. And I ended up selling him real cheap one of my my spare graphics cards. People complain about content and then turn around and hack in quests with dozens of arting parts and save abuse for rolling weapons or oxite or farming. Oh yeah, the same people who are like, I've got nothing to do, there's no content, but I also speed run my way through and used any sort of abuse that I could or hack or mod to be able to do the menial stuff because I didn't like that. 7900 XTX has not failed me on Wilds yet. Fantastic. Good. If it's stable, considering after what happened with your PC and the PC issues you're having, man, ugh. I'm glad it's at least going well for you. You deserve that much. But if we're talking about like our expectations, then what is a realistic expectation? What realistic expectations should we have? Glazing this game too much, new to the IP, but you're so wrong about difficulty. Wild was brain dead compared to my first attempt playing World and afterwards. October Saint, I respect that. I do. And I hear you on that. And hey, if you feel that I'm glazing that, I'm not offended. I'm not here to be a shill for Capcom because there are legitimate issues. But there's also the fact that there are plenty of people who don't have enough self-awareness to make a fair comparison. And that's my driving point here. But I think that it's, for me, like, it's not a game that I've had any issues with, like, as far as difficulty. I mean, if I get if I get a little bit excited and a little bit overconfident, then yeah, I get myself punished because I deserve to. But I think that if there is, from a technical level, a very similar difficulty scaling from technical stats observed between, say, Anjanath and Uthduna, I think that we also need to factor in, or at least admit to us, for those of us who are the most negative feeling about it, at least acknowledge that that's possible. Our subjective experience could be a factor in why we perceive this game as so much more easy, so different, so less challenging than World. The other thing that people get upset about, or that I feel that people are really harping on, is the fact that, oh, it's more accessible now. And accessible has become this buzzword in the same way that DEI has become a buzzword, in the same that shareholder has become a buzzword. They've all negative associations within the gaming industry, and accessibility does not mean easier. And when you think about player autonomy, player agency, that is what we've gotten. There isn't more accessibility, as in raising up those who might be disabled in some way or carry a disability. That's what accessibility does. I think that the accessibility portion of that is good to help players who would not be able-bodied enough to experience the game. That's where accessibility is defined. What we're talking about is player agency. And I mean, I think the comparison was good when Shy Guy mentioned Souls. I love Souls. I have 3 Dark Souls tattoos. Right? I started as a Souls content creator. I found Monster Hunter more difficult than Souls. But the reality is that when you have high player agency is such a huge factor in why this game is perceived to be so much easier. Agency is just the player's ability to interact within a given environment. And if player agency is high, then therefore you have more control. The more control that you have, we as gamers can easily outpace the difficulty that is presented before us if we know what we're doing. I think it's really important to remember player agency is a good thing so long as difficulty scaling scales parallel to that. So if the game is difficult enough that the player agency is then offset by the difficulty presented to us, then that's great. I think that there's some incongruency there. I don't think that the difficulty of Monster Hunter Wild scales with the level of agency that we are provided. Think about what people talk about when the Clutch Claw was introduced in Monster Hunter World Iceborne. There was a very divisive topic. A lot of people did not like the Clutch Claw because it was so much power. I mean, who didn't? For those of you who liked the Clutch Claw, myself included, there, you could do, you know, a lot of crowd control with it. You could spin the monster around, you could grapple onto them and do, you know, the softening mechanic to be able to get more DPS overall. You could wall bang them. I mean, you could literally throw them into the wall and knock them on their backside and then just go ham on the monster. There's so much that you could do to control the monster in comparison. And so when we think about that, I mean, that was a lot of player agency. That was why a lot of people got upset about it. And what was Capcom's answer to that? It's the same thing that we're seeing right now with the tempered 8-star monsters. They just tacked on a whole bunch of gobs and gobs of HP with minimal, but minimal change to the actual mechanics of the hunt. AT Ray Dao was a little bit different, I feel, because AT Ray Dao had its offset prevention. Right? Like anytime that you would get an offset, it would leave little puddles behind where there would be lightning that would strike in the wake of where the attack had gone. So if we're talking about the level of agency and the level of difficulty scaling, Capcom just tacked on a whole bunch of HP. That was the answer. It made the fights a slog. That was the only way for them, or their answer at least, to making a game feel more substantial or more difficult. And I thought that was very one-dimensional. And if we're talking about, I need the game to be more difficult, I need the game to be more challenging, I need the game to scale equally to the amount of agency that I have as a hunter. Okay. But I don't necessarily know if you know what you're asking at this point. Because I would like a game where there are unique and fun and interesting mechanics baked into a hunt that might be different from monster to monster, more than just tacking on gobs and gobs of HP. That's a very unilateral, a very one-dimensional answer to difficulty scaling. And I already see them doing that in response to lack of difficulty complaints. So October Saint, he asks a good question. Do you think streamlining of this IP has been negative, and did it take a step too far in Wilds? It depends. If you're coming at it from the perspective of Capcom did this to reach the mass market, and the only reason that Capcom did this was because they were hoping to, you know, widen their audience and talk to the entire audience and make the whole audience happy. Well, they have evidently failed, right? So no, I don't think that they did it just to placate a whole bunch of, you know, what's the word that people seem to be using? Tourists? I hate that word. I think it's so denigrating. But you know, the tourists that they're talking about, I don't think that that's what Capcom was doing. I think that they wanted to try something new. They were focused primarily on what makes the game fun. And we have now a combat system that is trying something new. They've got a combat system where they added a new, maybe you might look at it as a gimmick, right? But it's added a completely new mechanic that wasn't there before. Is it balanced right now where the difficulty scales with all of the player agency that we are now privy to and we are enjoying? No, it's not. But I don't think that is attributed to them just trying to placate to the base gamer, you know, to the casual gamer, those filthy casuals. It's nothing intended like that. What they're trying to do is they're trying to innovate. And as they continue to innovate, there will be some missteps. There will be some things that aren't well balanced. There are things that they are trying to incorporate. And then when they create a new mechanic like that, everything shifts and centers around, okay, now how has this impacted the core gameplay experience? And what do we need to do to adjust and to balance it properly? They are continuing to balance, and they are continuing to find areas of opportunity as they iterate. And as they continue to iterate upon this IP, I think that we are going to absolutely see improvements on that scaling. So has it taken a step too far in Wilds? Perhaps. but not because they have any intention of just dumbing this down and ruining the entirety of like the core gameplay experience so badly because they want to placate to the modern audience, but instead because they wanted to do something that was neat, innovative, fun, and felt good in the combat. And I really do. I feel like the combat feels good, but it also needs, they need to think about how they're going to have challenges that are going to push the hunter. Right. Shy Guy says, I think you misunderstand what hunting means. You are just killing a monster. Sorry, I think I'm misreading the Shy Guy, but it's really up to skill or build. And if you have a high skill ceiling due to player agency, Capcom's struggle right now is they've given so much agency to the player because they were very excited about the fun of this new mechanic that I think that they don't really have an answer as to how to provide a substantial challenge that scales equally with it. I think that other people also talk about, like, they feel that the game was rushed. And if the game was rushed, I wanted to find the meme, and I could not find the meme according to this, but the game stake, or the shareholders, right? Capcom pushed out this half-baked pile of slop because something or other stakeholders. Fair. As a business, a publicly traded business, shareholders are indeed a portion of business-making decisions, and those are the ones that you report your financials to. That is business. This is a for-profit business where they are marketing a product that they have developed and created and paying their employees to work toward that objective. They are hiring and paying people to be able to create a product that they can make a profit on, to be able to make their investors, their shareholders happy, who have put themselves on the line by investing in this company, hoping for mutual success together. That is how business works, right? Shareholders in and of themselves, yes, they sometimes do. They have too much control. They have too much power. They did, however, approached Capcom and said, has there been any thought, because everybody's so excited, has there been any thought about, releasing Wilds early because everybody is so excited? And Capcom said no. Capcom legitimately said, no, we are planning on releasing at the promised date. We are not going to push this up. We have more work to do for optimization. And then after release, shareholders are now asking the question, well, people are complaining about performance on PC, so what are you going to do to fix that? You're the ones who wanted Capcom to rush the piece of garbage out, right? You're the ones who wanted them to release early. So yes, shareholders certainly can have a negative effect, but when we think about what Capcom did, Capcom stood their ground, and I think that they deserve credit for that. Capcom took the time to develop their product and to deliver on the promised date. Yes, that promised date was probably set because they still had to have a deadline to provide their shareholders, and maybe that was too early. People talk about how, like, well, this didn't have it didn't have the Gathering Hub, and it should have had the Gathering Hub, right? No feline kitchen. What is this? Wait, hold on. No hunter room? Again, I would point back to how we look at the Try You, for example, and it's multiplayer. 3DS couldn't even play online. You couldn't play cross-platform. There's a lot of technical aspects of this game that are just well above and beyond what was prior games. So yes, we didn't get the Grand Hub. Should they have delayed it? I don't think so. And Bellular News did a really interesting video on this, where he talks about Capcom's gambit, or Capcom's gamble on this whole thing. Where it was like, he says, Capcom bet it all on green, walked away with millions of your dollars, of course. boy, that just sounds like there is such an agenda and villainizes Capcom's development on this. But he does talk about, and he breaks down like, hey, yes, I mean, they do have shareholders. And yes, that sometimes has a little bit more impact than it should. You think of like Expedition 33. Expedition 33 was amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Tiny dev team made a majestic piece of art that was handcrafted, hand polished, well delivered. And my days, if that doesn't win some awards at the Game Awards this year, I will riot. It was so good. But Capcom also was the one that stood against pressure from their shareholders and stuck to their commitments. I don't think that this was them having some sort of nasty agenda where they're trying to milk you of your money like a bait and switch. But when it comes down to things like the Grand Hub, the Feline Kitchen, maybe we don't have a hunter's room yet that we can decorate for sure, but we can decorate our tents. That's kind of cool, the pop-up tents. And I think that that's something that they're doing kind of as a stand-in if they don't decide to actually implement that later. But I also feel that they did deliver the Grand Hub and the Feline Kitchen, at least in its iteration in the Grand Hub, quite early. That was title update 1. They did follow through, and they delivered it quite quickly. So where does that leave us today? I mean, we have all of these negative sentiments that are boiling over, all of these different aspects of criticism leveraged against the game, and we're all attributing it just to Capcom, villainizing them as if they have, some sort of intention behind it. And the whole conversation then degrades where people are like, hey, look, the game's a steaming pile of trash. Capcom's a steaming pile of trash. Shareholders are a steaming pile of trash. We're just trying to make the game better. I saw this, it was like, PC optimization issues aside, the expectations for Monster Hunter Wilds ended up being so high from the community that there was no way that Capcom could ever have met them. It was a zero-sum effort at this point, and it was sabotaged right out the get-go. I think a little bit of compassion for Yozo and team, for the passion that they have invested in this, is important. But then we have other people who are like, hey, the more that I read people's thoughts about this, the more I realize that it's justified. To a point, yeah. Yeah, there's some issues that still need to be ironed out that I think will continue to be ironed out and improved upon over the course of the next year, the next 2 years. This isn't a wave of hate, it's a cry for help. Where do we draw the line between well-intentioned cries for help versus completely review bombing a game full of passion and talent and well-deserved accolades to this degree? I know that we have some bruised sentiments about shareholder interests, accessibility now coming out as some sort of negatively associated buzzword when it's being misattributed as player agency and the difficulty scaling with player agency. And then we also just hate the fact that, the game isn't how I remember experiencing a game in the past. And that's where I find myself troubled. If we feel that we want Capcom to get a message loud and clear that, look, we are passionate about this game. We believe that this game should and could be better. We have problems enjoying and experiencing this game because of its current state. But we want you to know that we're passionate and want this game to thrive. How does this translate into communicating our love and passion for a game and wanting you to be your best? Have you ever had a coach, right? You ever had a coach? You're having a bad day on the field, for those of you sports ball lovers. And you're having a bad day on your field. The coach pulls you aside and says, hey, I need you to get your head in the game, okay? I need you to shore up your left side, okay? Or I need you to stay in this position, or this is what the play is going to be, and this is where you're going to be in that play. This is how we're going to get there together. That's how a coach works. A coach mentors and motivates. This isn't mentorship and motivation. That's like your coach coming to you and saying, hey, your kick was really bad. Now I'm going to break your leg. This does not help. And so when I think about some of the arguments that are happening right now, yes, I do find some legitimacy to them. I do find some grains of truth, and I do think that it's an interesting and well-deserved topic to discuss, because I think that we also need to make sure that we as consumers are holding the producers, as in producers of content or products that we buy. I feel that, yes, we need to hold them accountable. We need to hold them accountable under the circumstances that they have done something wrong, that they have advertised something and then not delivered. We have been bait and switched. We have been defrauded of something that we have spent our hard-earned money upon. But I don't feel that that is the case here. And I find myself frustrated, feeling like, hey, like, listen, I understand that for perhaps at some point there's some sort of well-intentioned cry for help here. But when does that well-intentioned cry for help become just adding to the noise, doing more damage than good? Because to me, this tells me that, you know what, this is only going to communicate to Capcom and the shareholders that nobody's going to want or buy an expansion. In the event that a product does so poorly, it is more cost effective for a business to pull the product from the shelf and to drop it, so they can then redirect and invest all current inbound sales or all current revenue generation into other products that will then produce more revenue. So I have genuine concerns that this is what's going to happen if the continued outcry remains overwhelmingly negative, people continuing to feed into the negativity cycle. I don't think that this is going to produce what we're hoping that it produces. And I would hate to see that happen, because I do believe that there are plenty of well-intentioned individuals out there who are giving their time to write a review, and very many of them constructive reviews. But now that we're filling in we're feeding a negative feedback cycle, I wonder where this is going to put a lot of future content strategies for Monster Hunter Wilds going forward. Y'all, a lot of gamers are worried about FPS numbers. When I started PC gaming, I was worried about IRQ conflicts. And if you don't know what that is, God's help you. So, what does this mean for current state of the channel? And this is where I'm of two minds about. With declining interest in the game itself, or negative sentiments overwhelmingly, it becomes difficult to sustain or engage a community who is disengaged. I mean, when you think about it, there are more players now playing Monster Hunter World than Wilds. And it's just been a mass exodus. And October's saying, I think that that's a good point that you say, hey, look, if people have problem with running a game, it's a negative. They post a negative review. I think that there's value in that feedback for sure. But I wonder, it's more of me postulating to myself as to where exactly the state of the industry, or where exactly the reviews are providing the intended result. If it is as Frost Dragonheart here has mentioned, where it's a cry for help, I don't know that it is. Because if it is, it's not going to produce the result that we want. So for me, this has made me consider, hey, like with declining interest with Monster Hunter Wilds, do I continue to produce Monster Hunter Wilds content? Like, is that the platform to which that I want to build my channel? And I've been of a couple minds about it because I'm still very passionate about it. I still want to produce meaningful content, but I find it harder and harder when the majority of the driving conversation is literally the things that I've been discussing for the past hour. Like, that's what people are talking about. They're not talking about, hey, this new thing is coming out, or hey, did you know that Arch-Tempered Raydao is coming back? Or, oh man, Lagiacrus, have you heard about Lagiacrus before? Let me tell you about our Lord and Savior Lagiacrus, the King of the Seas, right? Like, that's not the content or the typical content of conversation. And that becomes difficult to create content on because people are only engaging or wanting to continue to rage about the current state of the game, or to, you know, share about leaks and whatnot and then complain again. And so if you're looking for somebody who is creating content, you're probably going to be looking for a game that you actually want to play or want to see, instead of one that you would rather hate on. You hate to see it happen to one of your favorite IPs or games. You have to be realistic. These people want to play the game. A complaint about not enough content is a complaint that they want to play. You know, it's interesting. It is kind of, in a weird way, a good thing, right, October? They want more content. People want to play the game. People are passionate to play the game. And people are upset that they can't play the game. Well, I mean, they can, but that there isn't more. And I mean, we will just have to wait for more content to be released because they're developing it, right? But I get it. It's kind of a good problem to have, that people are upset that they can't play the game because you want to be able to play more of the game. But for me, like, you know, in this period, like, whether or not I continue to create Monster Hunter content for my streams or for my videos, I don't know. The fact that I'm even talking about this today is really challenging for me, and not really part of the discussion that I wanted to have. I prefaced it like at the beginning of the stream, like, this isn't exactly where I wanted to be or to have a conversation along these lines, because this is not. I would much rather we have a good time, we come together, we hang out, we play games, we go on hunts, we talk about the things about the game that we like and the different builds, and like, we get into the nitty-gritty of the game itself within the microcosm of the game. That is the content that I want to create. But then when there is an overwhelming meta conversation about the state of the industry, the state of Capcom, whether you fall one direction or the other on that topic, it's okay. Like, I'm not asking you to agree with me. You can disagree with me all that you like. That's completely fine. I may disagree with you. Also okay. I don't hate you. I legitimately could not hate anybody here. Y'all have been pleasant, and even if you feel that I'm glazing, I'm okay with that. It's okay. Like, I can take it. I've got big shoulders, but it's challenging to want to continue to create content around something that you're passionate about, when the only thing about this content that people are passionate about is how much it sucks. And I'm not suggesting title update 2 is going to save everything. It's not. It's not going to change people's minds. And until we get some problems resolved with regards to either the game's functionality and performance at a core level, then subjective things, you know, are still going to be symptoms of that. Where, like, things like, hey, you know, difficulty of the game, hey, that's a conversation for another day after we get through the problems of being able to run or play the game. And yeah, there is some of that happening, Shy Guy, where one person hated, or just because the majority hates it, then everyone else hates it, and it feels like a mob mentality. Yeah, of course. That there's definitely that. And then if you try to have a balanced perspective, or you have a contrasting opinion, you're a glazer. Whatever, dude. Performance problem is the most fair reason to be mad. 100%. 100%. But then again, I'm not also out here expecting to be able to get 240 FPS playing at 4K resolution on, you know, a 4060. That's just not happening, right? And so if we're talking about like Title Update 2, I'm excited about Title Update 2. I'm excited about Lagiacrus. I want to share in that excitement. I really genuinely want to share in that excitement with people. And I feel that that has been taken away. I don't feel excited to share. I don't feel excited to post about it. I don't feel excited about the new content. And I don't really give a shit about providing update content that nobody's going to watch. Or if they do, they're probably going to dislike it because they're mad because it wasn't good enough. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Lawrence. And I've seen your messages, and I appreciate you wanting to support whatever I want to do. That means a lot to me. I haven't tried to ignore chat, but I think it's really important for me to make sure that I'm driving home my points. So I might do something different. I might play a different game. I might just continue to do Sunday streams, and that's it. Whether or not I continue to do like a daily short, I don't know, man. I don't know. Declining viewership because nobody really cares anymore really sucks. You know what I mean? The growth, presentation, and opportunity, or maybe I just did it wrong. Maybe I'm just a shit content creator. I'm not sure. But I find the things that I get excited about sit well outside of Monster Hunter Wilds at this point. I mean, Expedition 33 was really healthy for me up until it broke my heart, and then I needed to move my therapy up in the month. But it's a challenging quandary that I don't necessarily know that I have the answer for. Yeah, I put days, weeks, Lawrence. You put weeks into that video. I think you need a hug, bud. I feel how you feel. I want to enjoy the game and see how much negative stuff it's gotten through. It's been an issue, but I definitely hope to see you more, homie. I appreciate that, potato chips. I would not like to go back to suffering in Nier, but hey, if I did, maybe I would be able to beat the credits. Can I suggest something? Yeah, Shammy, go for it. Remove Sacred, bring back the farm. Oh, I love the farm. Remixed. I loved the farm. The game just didn't have the longevity of World due to streamlining. They need to demodernize if they want to hold long-term interest. Remixed, I did love the farm. I loved the room too, like the room customization. I missed that too, for sure. Captain Monkey Face, thank you so much. All my days. Whatever you end up doing, wherever direction you go, we'll be right behind you. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you and incredibly generous. That's so thoughtful. Seriously, man, thank you. Thank you so much. I feel like you aren't a shit content creator, but you're one of the few that bought about a mutual delight in the game. I genuinely, I love Monster Hunter. I continue to love Monster Hunter. It's something that I enjoy, but it's kind of like, you know, you ever been the anime kid at school, but back in the 90s before it was cool? Like, oh, wow. I want to be able to talk about this to people. And then the moment that people, like, you open your mouth about it, and then people are just like, ew. The only conversation people have is something negative. So it's just like, okay, well, I guess I'll just keep my shit to myself then. Games are not forever, sadly, but I played this game for about 500 hours. I can't expect a game to have that much content. It's impossible. I mean, to be fair, I don't have 500 hours into this one. I have 268, which is comparatively small when we think about like Monster Hunter World. Like, Jesus, I have 636. And that, even then, I know people who have thousands of hours into World alone, right? Like, this is definitely comparatively small. But I think that for me, I'm just going to have a hard conversation with myself as to what I'm going to be doing going forward. What sort of Monster Hunter content that I might create or might not create, as the case may be. and if not, where I'm going to go with the channel from there. To have y'all still here with me, and for those of you who are continuing to either cheer me on or to talk about their feelings about Monster Hunter, like I invite that and I love that. Sipty's up. I saw your message as well. Thank you so much. Also, the answer is Night Rain, but okay. I do not have Night Rain, but I hear it's really good, along with Lies of P and Wukong as well. Only have 70 hours in Wilds right now. I'm well over HR 100 and completed every mixed set that I wanted. The progression of this game is just too fast. I think that it would have been nice to have had... See, what you've attributed to streamlining, I attribute to less side content. Like, certainly some of the growing and gathering pieces, those certainly have been streamlined. But I mean, when you think about the gardening, right? The farm, that was streamlining the gathering too, because you're growing it. So being able to grow and cultivate things, like I liked that. Even the Argosy was handy. But you could also grow things as well outside of your hunts by talking to the same guy. He would, you know, you'd cultivate things. I was the gay kid in school in the 90s. I feel that pain. I'm sorry, Samwise. You'll always be a Swangolian and a part of my childhood to me. Captain Monkey Face, you, your dad, and your brother, great people, and I'm grateful to know y'all. Y'all were my first friends on Twitch. Content creation is a challenge itself, but sometimes negativity can be a bit overwhelming, for sure. You can just wait to see until next week's update. Might shift in public opinion, but I do think the update cycle is too slow to make YouTube content about it, right? Wilds needs more monsters. I'm looking forward to them having it. Yeah, 100%. So maybe it's one of those things where I wait it out and I do something in between. Could do my new game plus for Expedition 33. Could do a different Monster Hunter game entirely. I don't know why, but the summer months have been really putting me in the mood for 3U. Oh, that's my soda exploding. Could do something entirely different. I don't know. Limited pickaxe. yeah. Panoptic. Having your pickaxe break was one thing. Like, it totally made sense. You're smashing rocks. But having my bug net break because I whipped a dandelion the wrong way, that was that was something. Lawrence definitely wants to see me play Expedition 33. Love to have them. I commented on a post for the Monster Hunter Instagram and said I would love to see a Monster Hunter collection. Give me just a port. It could be a straight port of Monster Hunters 1 through 4 in a collection. Please, I will buy that. I will play that. 70 hours isn't short by any means, but it definitely is compared to the 300 I put in base world. One of the main things is how you go about getting monster parts. It's straight up too easy in Wilds. You can get monster parts from popping the wounds. That seemed a little different. And then slowing it down. So where's my tracking element? I miss that. I miss that in Wilds. Like, you can definitely see like tracking, some like prints and stuff, but that's kind of sparse. It's not nearly what it was like in World, for example. And certainly World was the first one to really do that sort of a thing, but I don't know. It's not really streamlined so much as I feel as it's absent. And being able to do that and then follow the tracks and I mean, hell, I still can't find my way through the ancient forest on my own. I still get lost in that. So having the Sacred in Monster Hunter World, when I got the Tail Raiders, that was really helpful to me because I was constantly getting lost even after 600 hours. But I think that there's still methods or means by which we can feel that there's a meaningful sense of progression instead of just handed to us all at once. I do have to bio real quick. I'll be right back. I have been holding this for a moment. Give me just a moment here. Where's my invader monster? No pickle. I hope no pickle. I do not stand the angry Joseph. But I will be right back. Awesome. Thanks, y'all. Like, I didn't dislike, by the way, Basil. I wouldn't mind seeing Basil back. I kind of hope that I don't see Devil Joe back. There we go. Dark Souls 3 post. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. So I think for right now, if I'm going to, I have not made my decision yet. Offsetting Basil's dive bomb. God, that would feel good though. That would. But I think that if we were to shift or pivot, either I would be doing something like a different Monster Hunter, and I'm really been hungry for 3U. I never played through 3U, by the way. I did not play through 3U. I played a bit of Tri, but my third generation game was Portable Third. Just that if I were to do that, it would be Monster Hunter, and it would be on brand. But it might take away from my ability to be able to, or maybe I should just do it only until new content drops. Or if I were to pivot to Expedition 33, that's a time investment. Like, that's quite a time investment. Because it would be a full playthrough, long play style. And then, you know, I could do Expedition 33 up until, you know, the next content drop on Wilds. Where I'm going to go with this, I don't know. Captain Monkey Face, probably a PS5 or an Xbox. That would probably be your easiest way to do it. Power Clash Basil Goose's dive bomb and save others from the explosion. That would be so neat if you could do that with a shield. Oh my days, that would be so good. I mean, if you've got a PC, you can play it on PC, but bear in mind that PC is where a lot of people are complaining about performance. So you can try, right? Like, run the if you were to go on Steam and go to the store page, there is a benchmark. You can download the benchmark for free, and that benchmark that benchmark will give you a rough idea as to like what your FPS would be. Apparently I have the hiccups now. If it runs well enough for you and you don't really care about FPS, or you're not really concerned about particular graphical settings, hey, great. Go for it. But I think that overwhelmingly the majority of the concerns about performance and stability are strictly within the realm of the PC version. You don't see quite that level of hate on the PS5 or on the Xbox versions, primarily because they run more stably. The only complaints that you would see there tends to be the ones about lack of content, for instance, or subjective matters surrounding what content we have aspects or access to. And that's where the negative sentiments on that side of the fence tend to lie. Yo, are we posting reviews? Dowbeezy, no. We are not posting reviews. We are just talking about some of the complaints and the recent state of affairs with our good friend Monster Hunter Wilds and the overwhelmingly negative sentiments. So that's where things are at. And we were just kind of discussing like what we'll be doing on the channel going forward. Download and Zoom for tomorrow. Let's go. So my points are done. My points are made. I have said my piece, but I just want all y'all to, when you engage in these conversations, just bear in mind, like, hey, listen, there are other people either on the other side of that camera or on the other side of that keyboard, or that, hey, you know, this is something that as far as previous patterns and track records are concerned, pretty on brand. I wouldn't say that it's expected, and I'm not trying to say that it's good, but pretty on brand. My PC is overheating and running in failsafe mode. I don't know how to fix it. It's all, oh, it's all flashing red. Lawrence needs help. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna go give wifey a hand here. Hang tight. Hang tight. I will be right back. But yeah, BZ, man, same. I love Monster Hunter. It's definitely been a sad time. Hang tight, y'all. Okay. Thank y'all so much for waiting. Apologies for the delay. Captain Monkeyface, not a problem, and great to see you. Dude, thank you again. So much for the $20 dono. That was fantastic. Cat Louise, thank you so much for being here. I'll be a little bit more responsive now to chat as well. As we get into the game. We are actually, guess what? Playing Monster Hunter Wilds today. So I'm gonna hop on into some Monster Hunter Wilds and we'll get going with something that hopefully will just feel a little bit better. We'll have a little bit better time. I know it was a bit heavy and a bit challenging. But I just hope that going forward, we can start to transition this narrative away from everything shit to, hey, okay, it's a flawed product. It's not perfect. Let's have some fun playing together and enjoy our mutual experience together. Hey, QB, good to see you, bud. Having a blast, Sonic Unleashed. Hey, nice. Not the PS2 version. I beat it after 20 years. Okay. Haven't beaten it as a kid, but managed to today. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. Not me almost having a heart attack when he came back. You know what? I thought you needed like Phasmophobia or some sort of horror game to give you jump scares. No, it's just me returning back to my camera. But Ryu, 100%, man. It's just exhausting being on the side of it. It's tiring. It's tiring. I also just realized I'm wearing the cat head. Well. We'd love to hear your feedback on the title screen. It's funny. I think they're inundated with feedback at this point. I was locked in, man. Were you? Was that what it was? Oh dear. All right, June 18th. This is the one that I have not yet done. Kutku, the Forest Conqueror. And then where you'd least expect. Okay. But I need to first off and foremost. What?
Okay, see you later. I heard from the others.
No. I want equipment appearance. Here we go. I changed this for a short. No. Where is this? The sealed dragon cloth, right? Yep, there we go. Came late. What's the game plan going forward? You grinding title 2, update 2, and then going from there? I mean, considering I jump scared you. I'm sorry, BZ. I'm sorry, man. Throws tomatoes, guess who? Cult of Chaos. I imagine that's 0, considering 0 throws tomatoes? I have no idea. BZ, yeah, Title 2 coming out, I mean, the 30th, so a little over a week away at this point. Probably gonna make my shift from there, I suppose, yeah. I need some time to think on it. It's hard. It's not easy to make a decision on it at this point. I don't want to let go of Wilds. It probably seems silly. Lux! But it does. This game means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. Where is my charge blade and why can't I seem to see it? That was literally right over it. What am I doing? Wait a minute. No, 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 no.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, bye-bye.
I love you, bye-bye. She brought in a candle. She brought in a candle. We went shopping yesterday. We went on just kind of like a hubby wifey shopping date, which was a lot of fun. We just enjoyed each other's company, got some nice candles and some stuff for the home. Good stuff. Right, secondary, hold on. Here we go. Cool. Didn't want to step away from it, but I had to keep my growth going. I'm sure it'll get better, but I can't wait around when we have so many good games coming out. See, that's where I'm at right now. Like, considering I work a full-time job. Do I want to put in the effort to sustain and maintain a growth trajectory? Have to make my pup some food. Wifey's still sleeping. No worries, View. Awesome. I saw that short. Yeah, it was just this past week.
Yeah.
Let me see. Did you post one? No. Okay. It's not an optional. It's an event quest, right? Yes, event quest. Where you'd least expect it. I don't think I did stalking supper. Okay. All right. Let's start with stalking supper. We'll do that. I know that Lawrence is planning on joining. Yes. Wait for you. Yep. Okay. I am waiting for you. I am waiting. Just because I haven't done this one, I don't think. Maybe it's an older one.
Make sure you're prepared.
The crossover that put the MCU to shame. Help me out here. Ryu, help me out. I'll be listening. Yeah. Okay. Yep. No worries. Well, you enjoy, Zero. So, a little backstory. So, Lawrence and I found our love for Monster Hunter together around the time of World. I mean, like, I had enjoyed Monster Hunter. I'd played Portable Third, played For You, dabbled in a bit of Try. So, these are things that, you know, I'm not unfamiliar with. I certainly have played a fair bit of Monster Hunter prior, but it became special to us. So, like, we would do this every single holiday season. We would break open World. And I just remember those moments where it's just like, you know, us tackling everything together and the magical moments that we shared in between, and why it's become special, like the memories that we've had, the fun experiences that we've had together, the time that we have invested as both a couple, but also playing with friends. It was just very special and very unique. And I want to continue to have and sustain those memories and to build new ones and special ones together as, you know, we now have Monster Hunter Wilds. And I just hope that that's something that we can drive toward as a community. Help out. She just the crossover that put the MCU to shit. Oh, that's what you're saying. Her popping into the room was a crossover, and it put the MCU to shame. I don't know why it took me so long to realize what you were driving towards there, man. But holy smokes, I was not wearing my seatbelt. Oh, you have shaders. Larns. All right. We'll do one hunt and then we'll get Larns in. Actually thinking about it. Hold up before we go. I need to eat. I haven't played this game in weeks. You haven't played this game in almost months at this point. But y'all, with Lagiacrus coming out, like, let's go. I'm not going to talk about any of the leaks and stuff like that, but holy smokes. Is Emio in this game, or... It's not even the same genre. My boy. That and Steve, right? Alright, cool. Cool. Alright, we've got the first one up. Piccolo, did you want to join for that one? Lawrence is shadering. I see you still got your whiskey. Obviously I do. Of course I do. Still doing stuff. Okay, you got it. Let's go. It sounds like it was a grind sesh, Diablo. Well, good job on getting through it, man. Did you have to Shin Shoryuken? It was just a regular Shoryuken, wasn't it? Data mined theories are different than confirmed leaks. But boy howdy, did Lagiacrus look good. At least we have a release date though. Release date for TU2 is on the 30th. Yeah, that isn't an excuse to like start leaking actually data mine leaked content though. You're just ruining the surprise for people. I know, I've seen a fair few of them go by too that have been posted. Did you all, speaking of, like there was a meme that I was trying to source today that I can't find any trace of, where it was a 2-panel image of this guy shooting a dude in a chair. And then the second panel is him looking back. And the top panel talks about how like the shareholders were trying to pressure Capcom into releasing the game early. And then the second panel was the shareholders, this guy's looking back at the camera then, and the shareholders asking, wait, what are you doing to fix the performance in the game? You got it, babe. No worries. That format is from the Eric Andrich. Well, I think that might have pissed somebody off because now I cannot find that meme to save my life, like literally anywhere. So, yeah. Are you winning, son? I didn't even mean to pick up the slash berries, but all right.
This thing's a trove of new data.
I love seeing Immortal pick up the switchblade, though. Or excuse me, the switch axe. Switchblade. That's fantastic. See, it's moments like this, like, wow, how is this game so bad? Come on. There's just so much fun and good giggles and laughs and funny moments to have, like, honestly. It just makes my heart happy. Picked it up. I know, right? It's like been a week?
Yeah.
Alright. So where you'd least expect it, that's a new one. If you deal with it for them, they'll give you some ingredients in return. I'm assuming it's just the ingredients. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind doing the ingredients until we get to the real meat and potatoes of the event quests.
I'm counting on you.
Oh yeah, Diablo. Monster Hunter has been primarily about like dragons and wyverns and dinosaur-based monsters. But there are other types of animals that these monsters are based off of too. Don't kill dragons. Why not? That's all right. I can capture them. Well, some of them. I can't capture elder dragons. I could do a randomizer again. You could do a randomizer again. But how random would your eyes be? I actually quite like the glam you got going on here, though, dude. That actually looks good. And I also think I just noticed that your character's heterochromic. Yeah, look at that. Well, we'll have Immortal going as ripped buff guy over here, and getting himself into some more switch axe. Gaming _ dragon. I you know, the GD kind of gave it away there, my dude. Oh, sure. All right, y'all want me to go? Let's go. That's why I don't like helmets. Okay, so when you're talking about helmets, not liking helmets, you mean because you want to show off the heterochromacy, or?
Have another cup with no surprises today.
Skidoosh. I think I might have overshot. Chat, I think I might have overshot on that one. Wait, since when was Kongalala in the... Hey, Dan, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Cave and Dragon, doing all right, doing all right. We spent a good portion of the beginning of the stream talking about the current state of the game, current reception for the game, and as well as the state of the industry. Definitely not something that I really wanted to spend my time on when it came down to discussing this, but we'll see what we do going forward as to what sort of content that we create on the channel. You're melting. Tell me about it. Thankfully, I have a window aircon unit, but I had to put that in today because there was no way in hell I was going to make it. Dude, it's over 30 degrees here, and 2 secs. There we go. Got it. Over 30 degrees, and the humidity is just shy of 100%. Like if it were 100%, it'd be raining. Yeah, it's like 90% humidity. It's rough, dude. Yeah, you got it, Samwise. Give aircon plus. Do you not have like the window units though? You can't get those over there? Man, like we get you can get like central cooling, you know, and have that installed with HVAC throughout the house. That's relatively common, but not entirely common. Otherwise they're like window units and it's just a window air compressor essentially. Drat, I could not charge that fast enough. Dune Dark Ages? Probably not. Not really looking for a an FPS to play at the moment. And I've got games to play. It's just where I'm going to be going for my content. Mini splits, but they're quite pricey here. The mini splits are the ones that actually get mounted into the wall though, right? I have AC in my living room and a chain of floor fans to flow that AC into your room. That's about the only way you're gonna get any of it. Oh my god. I'm sorry, dude. Dude, who just slapped Shay Wu? Aircon, one of the few things that America has gotten right. At least we got... Is that a Hawk Tua? Was that a Hawk Tua reference, Piccolo? Yeah, box on the wall. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are usually... Like, we'll have those in, like, small offices here. Because you can't move them. Let's go. Excuse you? What are you doing? Ah. I got staticated. Oh, buddy. Good night. Good night.
Opportunity. Can't let it go to waste.
Umbra gem. Nice. I lure potted him while he was going into the wall, so he came. Is that what happened? Because that was bizarre, man. Shaywu. Shaders are done. All right. Fantastic. I'm a bio real quick, and then we're gonna jump back in. We'll be doing the chemistries in this one again, and then we'll get Lawrence in for the Quitku. Fam, the moment I take a step outside my room and it's boiling in the house. Holy smokes. I feel like this is what Lawrence means when she says I'm not built for this heat. Oh, you did get an offset. Nicely done, Lux. Nicely done. I put the air on the bedroom. Yeah, and it's barely touching it. There's the like a vent up at the top of our bathroom. It's like a I forget what they're called, but the windows that are skylight. Baby! Ah, baby's here. Let's go. Hello, darling. Aw. I haven't seen Lawrence in game in so long. It's been so lonely. There's some irony, I feel, in Immortal's Palico being named Steve, though. Shy Guy understands what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. Stalking supper. I love the heat. I enjoy summer. I really do. I really enjoy summer. For us, it's just very, very humid. And that humidity makes you feel very sticky all the time, so you don't cool off nearly as well. If it was a dry heat, I'd be all here for it. It's trouble climbing the stairs in England because they only fit half your foot. Oh no. Oh no. I do have a portable tower fan as well, but that only goes so far, right? I was just trying to come up with a random name. Well, you came up with a name that would be so neat to have if you could understand that reference. Been here in the summer, you know that most of our summers are 99% humidity. It's true. It's true. But I enjoy the heat. I just don't like the sticky. I just try to lunge up the stairs, skip as many as I can. Yeah, but we also have very, very short stairs. Very short stairs. It's like a lot of stairs for not a lot of height. I don't know why. They're like half-size stairs. All right, and yeah, I think that's the group of us at the moment. Okay, okay, very good. Hopefully Lawrence didn't forget to re-up her items though. It does still look a bit like a lance, doesn't it? Because look it. It looks like it's supposed to, the part without the feathers, like right after the feathers, it looks like that's supposed to go under your arm the way that you would hold a lance. I didn't. Standard Lawrence. Oh, Lux went dual blades. Let's go.
All ready when you are.
Wait. What happened to Lawrence? My game crashed immediately. Oh no. For real? Like unloading? Maybe what I'll do, I'll have you try hosting it then. Like reopen the game and then I'll have you try hosting it. I was like, wait, there's only the 4 of us. Where did Lawrence go? And I'm looking and then it said you left the lobby and I'm like, oh. And then hopped on your sacred. And I'm willing to bet it might be the same problem I was having with my rigs as well. Oh, nice. That was very short. I was kind of like, I'm just used to the Jin Dahad one. Yeah, there we go. That's so short compared to the Jin Dahad. Well, we'll give it a shot. We'll have Lawrence host the quest. And we can do it again. This is getting me good stuff for my my meals anyway.
This thing's a trove of new data.
Both of us got our scarves just flapping in the wind. I actually do too. I really do. I really enjoy the scarf. Probably one of my favorite like cosmetic pieces that have come out of the event quests. Wait a minute. Hold up. Because if it crashed, I bet you anything, it's making Lawrence redo the shaders. It's probably making her redo the shaders again, because that was the problem that I was having. If it redoes the shaders, you get into the game, and then the game crashes, you have to redo the shaders over again, because it only seems to trip that flag. Bro, this game is bullshit. It only trips the shader flag when you close it after you have rebuilt the shaders. I just wanted to play for a couple of hours. I'm sorry, baby. Give it once the shaders are done, exit out of the game, and then go back into it. That way, if it crashes again, then it won't force you to rebuild those shaders. Hey, Parshath, good to see you. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here, man. It said that she just entered the lobby. Yeah, it rebuilds shaders anytime that there's like a driver update, or if there's an update to the game too. And then, Lawrence, if you've gotten into the game and the shaders have completed, can you exit the game? That way it just, if it crashes again, it won't make you rebuild the shaders. Thoughts on the new color scheme? We got like a silver. Oh, there's kind of like, oh no, that's from the bluish glow. Okay. So you've got the bluish glow that matches the glow of the weapon. I like that. And then you've got the reddish metallic hue. I also like that. And the white silveriness actually matches your weapon too. I'd say it goes pretty well. We have some similar capes. Dark red and a white. Yeah. Yeah, it matches your weapon well. One of the things that's coming in Title Update 2 is cosmetic weapons. So you'll be able to layer your weapon as well to be able to fit that to your look. Right now, your look fits your weapon. Coming back. Perfect. If you're going to do a dark blue, I would change the red portion to dark blue. It might clash a little less with the glow. Yeah, cosmetics coming soon, man. It's the 30th. June 30th is when we're getting Title Update 2. It looks like you legit just copied. Wait, how? Doesn't he only have like one piece that's the same as mine? He was a rather muscular looking man before. Okay, so Lawrence, once you're here, go ahead and rack up the Chemitrice event quest. Yeah, the cape is the same. Is that Piccolo from DBZ? Well, if you must know, it's Green Man. It's a event quest. Yeah, because I think we got the same. Yeah, there we go. The same back, shoulders. I forget which one it is, but yeah. Oh wait. Also the same chest. Yeah, same chest. That's actually Piccolo from the really bad movie Dragon Ball Evolution. Green Man.
Yeah.
Okay, lobby member quests. Here we go. Stalking supper. Yep, that's the one. Looks like I arrived at the conversation quite late. Slade, yes. Yes, we have shifted from the topics of conversation about the overwhelmingly negative. I don't know. It's a tough one. Lots of people feel a lot of different ways about it. I think it's important to be discussed, primarily because it's all anybody wants to talk about anymore. But I'm still going to be here having a good time today to finish out the rest of the stream. Playing some games.
Good to have you.
All right, let's go.
Hope you find something useful. I'll just hop off for now.
It's been a minute since I've gone hunting with wifey. Can't even run the game, so I can't really offer any insight. But is multiplayer still an arduous experience? Multiplayer has not changed much from what it was at launch. I mean, you don't need to have a link party. The easiest way that I've been doing multiplayer has just been through squad lobby, because I've got a community of people in my hunter squad, and that's kind of where we gather when we jump on and play. So it's all centralized through that, but if you're looking to do a hunt with a specific person through a rando lobby or a public lobby, then that can be challenging, yeah. Still trying to find a game for your wifey to play. What sort of games does she like? Yeah, the whole link party thing and the environment link thing, I did not like, by the way, Slade. That was definitely a little more convoluted, I felt, than necessary. And ironically, the menus are a bigger final boss than the final boss. But the Grand Hub specifically, I think, has made it a lot easier for friends to play together. So if you got friends that you're looking to play with, and it's a pretty consistent group of people, makes it pretty easy to do. I'm still trying to find a wifey to play games with. Well, I got this one, and I'm very lucky. She's my wifey. I like how she's doing. She's like she's riding her pony, but she's just a little bit too short for this pony. Brilliant. I didn't know that you could do that while you're gesturing. That's fantastic. See, this is what makes Monster Hunter so special to me. Like, I think that I understand where a lot of the negativity comes from, but it's not all negative. And there's so many fun things to enjoy and goofy moments and silly things like this and memories to make. Sure, you can make that with any other game, and I guess that's true. It's not unique or special to Monster Hunter. You can make memories doing anything with anyone. But I think that it's so... I don't know, so special in Monster Hunter because of the way that Monster Hunter has its sort of own, I don't take myself too seriously sort of vibe. There's always been a little bit of that campy and goofy humor and some of that larger than life interactions. You got it, babe. Apparently Opera GX said out of memory for YouTube. Oh no, rip. I'm happy for Laggy's grand return. Here's hoping that all of the strife will be learned from for the G rank expansion. Who knows? Maybe that'll be able to staunch the flow of a gaping wound at this point. I mean, like, damn. It was unfortunate. The negative backlash recently. But at least on PC, the one thing that I can 100% agree with is that there's a lot more room to be done, like room for improvement on game performance or stability. Case in point, my wifey tried to join me for a quest earlier, and immediately upon loading in, then immediately got booted out of the game, and it crashed on her. So I think there's some validity to the criticism, but it's not all bad. You know, there's good things that come out of this game. I think the game deserves better than overwhelmingly negative. I got the PS5. I'm going to get Wilds there first so I can delve into it finally. Thing is that it's also cross-platform. Unlike previous Monster Hunters, it doesn't matter in Wilds which hardware you're playing on. You'll be able to play with people on PC, people on Xbox, people on PlayStation. We can all play together. Got an additional monster coming as well. Yes, Elite Rob. Yes. I believe it's AT Uth though. It's probably like an AT Uthuna, but I have a specific memory of playing Terra with the little one's mother. There was an NPC that said, "Let's make memories together. Don't skip any meals." And they heard it as "Let's make memories together." We did end up doing that. AT Uthuna. Set up the tower fan in the hallway. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, baby. I did post a quest. I posted a Shaiwu. But I would like to see a new monster. One of the things that people want to see out of the game, like they want to see the game succeed. For those of them who aren't just like negative for the sake of negative or any sort of bandwagoning. Yeah, I want to see more monsters. I want to enjoy more locales. I want more story content. Like I'm excited for this game, and then G rank, obviously, when that comes through in the expansion, is going to provide a significant boost to the available content. Shebar, Shewu. I feel that Gen and Gen U is peak Monster Hunter. The flow of the game, the gameplay loop is just stellar. A lot of people have been playing Generations. Like a lot of people have been playing Generations right now. I think a lot of people found out about Generations after Wilds too, which was great to see. Just a crazy amount of monsters. I mean, that's it though. It's called Monster Hunter, right? So I understand some like opinions around the roster. It's just frustrating to me when people point to World and they're like, yeah, well, World had this, it has this much monsters, and Wilds only has this much. It's taken a step back. Well, no, it hasn't. I mean, World had, I forget however many monsters it had at its launch, which is only 1 or 2 more than what Wilds had at launch. It feels like it's too much and it's just right. Okay. All right. Very good. Hopefully they bring back Gogmazios for the oil well basin.
This must be how the wind feels.
I do not know what it'll be, QB. No. I assume that second monster would probably be like an AT variant of one of the Apexes, probably with Duna, if we're talking about the locations. Samwise says, I love this heat. In the same way that Lux said he loved this heat earlier. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Both under blankets. I have a cooling blanket, though, that I got from Aldi. How you got it? I respect, but I don't know how you manage, man. Perfectly tailored monster to that biome. 100%, man. Like Gogmazios would be great. Would love to see Steve back. And now with Lagiacrus, there better be like a round 2 between Lagiacrus and Rathalos, you know what I mean? So I would love to see that. I just think that right now the game is... Oh, man. Okay. Right now the game is kind of subdivided in its development, like its post-release development, between trying to get the game into a functional state that might mend some bridges. Because at this point it's more or less on the order of a PR disaster with the state of the game, or at least the state of the sentiments surrounding the game. And so I assume that it's probably going to slow the roll of actual new monsters coming in, or returning monsters for that matter. Like, I'm assuming that we're probably even going to be getting, like, Zinogre. Like, #1 in the Hunter's Choice poll of 2024. Like, yeah.
I got it.
The leggy skeleton in the game, we could get Ignactor for the oil well. Yes, of course, and the glacial subspecies for... Yeah, you see, the thing is, like, some of them are just too big. So I could see, like, Gogmazios working in the same way that Jindahad does for the Ice Shard Cliffs, for example. But, I mean, you could also have Lagombi. Like, bring back Lagombi for the Ice Shard Cliffs. I am using Insect Glaive currently, Parsha. Really, really likes you, doesn't he, Lawrence? Oh. Oh, I don't think I got it. Nope. Did that time, though. Yeah, it's an end game glaive, so it has a very similar aesthetic with the kind of white ceramic look to it and the latticey looking design as to other weapons that are made from the same monster. Watching you play this makes me want to play so darn bad. The Monster Hunter fan in me can't wait. I hope that you can get the game soon, Jeff. I'm glad that there's still people out there that are excited. Like, legitimately excited for the game, for playing the game and getting to experience the game. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just needed that today. Do you think Wild Era hunters are ready for outright sorcery that is Lagombi? Well, I think my wifey probably wants Taco Bell, based upon how she just spammed that. No. But who doesn't want a giant frozen bunny ice slaloming on its belly? I think that so many people, like, it's such a fun design. I wouldn't exactly say it's a ridiculously difficult monster. It's different, though. And it's fun. What ice bunny? The ice bunny, yeah, ice bunny is the, it's not in the roster. I got an offset attacks. Let's go. I did, I got one. I like how Lauren's got social butterfly because she just spammed Taco Bell over and over again. And bodies. Oh, so good. I don't know why that Shewu hated you so much, but holy smokes. Hey, we got Quiet in the chat. Let's go. Quiet's hanging out with us today. Gravity defying snowballs traveling uphill at you. I feel like there's some PTSD there. Do you want to talk about it, Slade? It's okay. We're here to support you. And y'all, if you're here, if you're enjoying yourself and you've enjoyed the stream thus far, please give a thumbs up on the video. Helps out the channel a lot. But also, if you're interested in coming back for more content, whether I'm creating Monster Hunter content or otherwise, please consider subscribing. Would love to have you as more frequent members of the channel and coming back and hanging out with us. I do a stream every Sunday. I do regular short form content and long form content as well. Oh, Lagombi's adorable. I love Lagombi. Deviant monsters returning would be interesting. That would be interesting. Isn't that where the Fated 4 comes from too? There are deviants, if I'm not misremembering. They'd wreck all the noob hunters. I mean, if you're concerned about like difficulty level without like just tacking on gobs and gobs of HP, then I feel like maybe that might be a good play. Yeah, it was the Fated 4 that was the deviants. Yeah, I thought so. That would be neat. Maybe not storyline relevant, but certainly would be neat if they could incorporate that some way. And I also want, we're talking about content that I want to see. I want to see sieges. Like end of base game world, there was the Call of Teroth siege, which was really cool, I felt.
We got this.
Oh, Lao Shanlong. That would be cool. Also the birthplace of Molten Tigrex, because that bad boy just had to have a blast element. Just had to. Had to. Y'all thought Perkidios was bad. No worries, Immortal. No worries at all. Lawrence and I, whenever we go for mounts, we're both running and rushing to see who gets the mount first. There was a lot of things that came out of my mouth with respect to just Tigrex in general in 4U that I dare not utter again. I am deeply embarrassed of the rage that I once held towards Tigrex. Brute Tigrex in World was also a pretty interesting Tigrex variant, I felt. That thing hit like a brick just every single time. Was Lucent Nargacuga one of the Fated 4 too? Lucent Nargacuga, yes! Invisibility, yeah. Okay. I look like Shawn Michaels. Thanks. I have no idea who that is, so whatever reference, whether that's meant to troll me or meant to compliment me, is completely lost on me. Grimclaw was the deviant Molten from 4U. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about, like, the different... I'm not a wrestling fan, no. Nope, I am not. Lawrence knew before I did. Gameth, Mizu, Glavenus, and Astalos. Okay, so Lucent Nargacuga was not, but we're just talking about mechanically different variants then. Got it. Glavenus, I have a tenuous relationship with acidic Glavenus. Because I was trying to get the Glavenus Hell Day for so long in Monster Hunter World, and little did I realize I was fighting acidic Glavenus, and I needed vanilla Glavenus's mats. And so I remember spending days upon days grinding out acidic Glavenus, thinking I was going to get the regular Glavenus mat and not realizing. He was a cool dude. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thanks, Ahmad. I appreciate that. Hello? Tigrex is a fun... That stupid bulldog, like, charge that he does. I just want to wipe the stupid off of his face. Glavenus, as opposed to Glavenus? It's like Uranus and Uranus. Snow Bear and Lagombi. Ooh. Just bring me back Lagombi. Bring back more of the the older monster rosters. Now I'm curious though who Shawn Michaels is. Like what Shawn Michaels look like. Because usually it's not Shawn Michaels that I get. Usually it's the singer from 30 Seconds to Mars. You want Zamtrios? Zamtrios would be fantastic. Zamtrios is just a cool design, full stop, too, though. And I think that we've got enough sand in the plains, right? We could easily make a case for one of the Morans. Or Morans. Sand Barrioth. Yeah, valid. Nice. Folks would lose their minds at his fatty form. Speaking of fatty,
My partner.
anyone think that there's any potential to the theory about White Fatalis coming like end game or post game Wilds? My wife says you look like Jared Leto. See, there we go. 30 Seconds to Mars. But also Shawn Michaels. Oh, god damn it. Actually, I had no idea, Beezy, that you had a wifey. Aw, does she play at all? Just no nibble snarf? Screw that. No nibble snarf? What? Now you're gonna tell me Plesioth had the best hip check in the game. I personally just love your luxurious hair. Oh, Beezy, thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just do this a little bit. Here we go. Here. Ow, 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 ow. Ah. I'll be right back. She doesn't play, but she watches my stuff. My greatest supporter. Aw, you got a good wifey. My wifey is very much my biggest supporter too, Beezy. So I feel you on that, man. I feel you on that. We are lucky indeed, are we not? Oh, all right. Let me get my hair. Let me get my hair back in order, and we can then dive back into this event quest. It's a wood treasure, by the way, that we're getting for this. So I think you probably need more than one to craft the material for it. It's really is a blessing. Hell yeah, dude. Well, you got the right heart and the right attitude about it, and clearly she supports you, man. So good for you. But tell your wife she's got the Coyote stamp of approval, all right? Good people deserve good people. Don't mention White Fatalis. It's not fair to toy with the hearts of the lonely. But his return would utterly destroy New Era hunters and beg for OG. Ugh. I would enjoy OG Fatalis for sure. I would love Fatalis to come back. The Fatalis siege, well, it's not really a siege. It's a Fatalis hunt with siege weaponry. In world was just, was that not such a spectacular experience? Feel how you might about Elatrian, for example, but goddamn, if Fatalis wasn't, you know, such a satisfying hunt at the end of it. So now I gotta see. Hold up, y'all. I gotta see who this guy is. Who is? Shawn Michaels. Professional. He's... No. There we go. Damn, the guy's ripped. Guy's absolutely jacked. I was told I looked like a Skyrim NPC earlier. Now Shawn Michaels. Young Shawn Michaels. Okay, hold on. Young. He's got the mullet and everything. Oh shit. Chat, y'all for real? I mean, he's a handsome dude though. He's got a freaking chin and a half though. Wait, nope, that's not the right guy. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Right? Yeah. At least I didn't call you know what? That's fair. I was not referred to as Jeff Hardy. Now listen to his theme song. I don't want to get copyright struck on the stream, but I appreciate it. Yes, J Can, what up, my man? Yeah, thanks for talking to me earlier. It was kind of something that I was working on for the stream because we had to talk about what's going on with the game, right? And the negative sentiments surrounding it, whether or not it's justified, the state of the industry as a whole, where Monster Hunter is going. Man, it really sucked the wind out of my sails. I'm not even gonna lie. It's been really discouraging for me. But yeah, you got it, bro. Let me see here. No, it's a feline, isn't it? It's the Palico armor. Right? Yes, it is. Oh, there's like 5. Okay, so I need 1, 5. No, 1, 3. Yeah, it would be 5. Okay, 5 for this, and an additional 4. Okay. I made a terrible stop motion video on YouTube involving Rey Mysterio and Shawn Michaels when I was like 10 years old. They had that song in the back. That's the one. That was Shawn Michaels. I'm not saying shit. I am not saying shit. Will the first start of this VOD be watchable once the stream? Yeah, I will have it available. You can go back and watch the VOD from its beginning once the stream is over. It's still on YouTube somewhere. I wasn't saying anything more than that. I really want to hear that discussion. Like, fam, it was tough. I was at a client's house trading them and went and did my other job and saw you were live and like, damn, still working. Maybe you'll still be live. I appreciate you coming in, man. Despite the fact that it's been challenging, it's been depressing. Like, this is such a remarkable series for me. It's so special to me, and it just feels like it's getting shit on right now. And, you know, like, legit, some of it is 100% valid. There's definitely more work to do. I don't want to sound like I'm just glazing the game, although maybe it does sound like I'm just glazing the game. But I feel like we have to ask ourselves the question, like, how did we get to where we are? And what should we be expecting? And I overwhelmingly feel like there are a lot of people who are just newer hunters whose first game was the 5th generation, and that's what they grew to expect. And first generation being first time hunters with their experience being 5th generation. I mean, World came in 7 to 8 months of content after the game had already released. And so this is the first time for them in many ways where they're experiencing a Monster Hunter game kind of hot off the presses on PC. I hope that the next Monster Hunter use, yes, Delphinium. I hate to say that I agree with that, but I do. There's still performance issues. It's getting better, Delphinium. It's getting better, but there are still performance issues. And Lawrence's game just crashed again, right? There's still problems that still need to be resolved. And you can say that you expect it to be done within the first month, for sure. I get it, but by the same token, like, that may or may not be a realistic expectation. The game, I mean, World at PC launch was such a dumpster fire. I mean, it was literally unplayable. Quite literally unplayable. But I think that they can improve and iterate upon the RE engine, so that way it's just a better engine overall. At least it doesn't fall to the same pitfalls as like UE5 does, for instance. World was rough on PC as well when it dropped. And bear in mind, like, one of the betas that they had, they did an open beta, and one of the things that they had as an open beta for World, like, this was the selling point of the open beta. You can do 4-player multiplayer. And there's a training room. That was one of the betas. That was the selling point for one of the betas of World. But we got a beta for Wilds that was almost fully playable and got to experience a lot of like the open world aspect. Multiplayer was functional. Sprong needs to fuck him up. Yeah, because it's 6 Sprong on him. The selling point being 4-player multiplayer, and it was not cross-platform. You take it a step further back than that, and I was talking about this in the conversation earlier. Monster Hunter Try You. You couldn't play with people in the Japanese region, even though everybody was playing, you know, like if you were playing Try You on the Wii U, you could play with people in your server region, and that's it. Even though Japanese players were playing on the Wii U as well. So at least in World, you know, you could play with anybody of any region so long as they were using the same hardware as you were. So that was a step in the right direction. We all have our moments and enjoyed such glorious victories and of course cherished memories that we will never forget. Never forget this. This is so important to remember the good moments, the happy moments, the fun vibes, the silliness, the goofiness, whatever it is that makes Monster Hunter special to you. Because I still think that to have it overwhelmingly negative to the point that there are hundreds, if not, no, thousands at this point of negative reviews on Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't think that that's deserving. I don't. I genuinely don't think the game deserves that. It breaks my heart. But Rurikon popped in earlier today too and kind of added some of his feelings as well. It was nice. It was good, really good to see him, and I appreciated him stepping in to talk about it. If they didn't make it so that all the biomes had to be connected, I feel like it would have been much better. I love that they did that, but from a technical standpoint, I can see how that would be technically challenging. You know, to make it work seamlessly, there has to be some way that it better staggers the way that assets are loaded, or how the game anticipates new assets to be loaded or offloaded, so that way there isn't a disruption to the frame consistency and frame pacing. That frame pacing is really what I think a lot of people on PC notice the most. Like, you could have a buttery smooth 60 FPS for 90% or 99% of the time, but that 1% low where it drops to 15 real quick, and it's a very jarring and I don't know, it's a stutter that is very pronounced, and in the midst of combat like this where you sometimes have to be frame perfect, that just doesn't fly. So a lot of people, you know, especially when you're talking about the demand on hardware, where hardware demands are outpacing very rapidly the power that you can deliver through cutting edge hardware. People don't have the money to buy it, you know, 250-90s, right? I feel whenever I go into town and spend so much more time there, it's so much more noticeable, right? It is, because you're constantly offloading and reloading models and texturing assets. And the texture handling, all of that gets bottlenecked through the CPU as well. And that's why it causes artificial CPU bottlenecking, especially in areas like towns. They don't use all the open world that much in the gameplay at all, right? Imagine if you're hunting a Doshagama and it runs away from the Windward Plains to the Scarlet Forest. That would be so good. It would be so good, and I love that idea. I think that that's a great idea, where you could chase them from one biome to the next, but otherwise it's just a seamlessly connected set of biomes or string of biomes, as opposed to, hey, maybe there's a certain circumstance where, you know, the Doshagama might actually run all the way through to, oh, what is it called? Where Sild is. Why can't I remember? The Wyverian Ruins, right? It could run all the way over there because, you know, the change in the weather pattern or something, some sort of like weather event occurs, or they get chased off by an apex predator and runs off, and now you've got to go chase it. Welcome back, Shammy. Loving Wilds on PS5. That's great. That's great. And so even though like there's been so much negativity, and it's taken its toll on me, it's been really disheartening. Folks who have been here in the chat have just been really driving forward like the value of Monster Hunter and sharing in the moment with me, making space for me to express my feelings and to feel them alongside me and to share their own perspectives as well. That's been really meaningful to me. And I'm grateful for all y'all, and thank you. Bonk. But I just wish that other people, like the opportunity for other people to really appreciate and enjoy it from the same way that we have, feels like it's been lost. Hence why there are now more concurrent players playing Monster Hunter World than there are still playing Wilds. How funny it is, though, that they've made a game so good that people would choose to play the older game over the newer one. I love the content you and Lawrence do. I will follow you and Lawrence to whatever you two do. Shammy, that means a lot, man. Thank you for that, and thank you for being so kind-hearted about it. Return to World, round 2. Homie, you know it. You know it. I know not all of my comments hadn't been read, but it's all good. I certainly said what I meant to say. Okay. And hope you'll fully enjoy your games. Now I will have to take my leave. Need to take care of a few chores. Potato chips, you stopping in means a lot to me, bud. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I be honest? Go for it, dude. I certainly was. I'm more of a newer player, so I didn't really have high expectations for Wilds. I literally started with Iceborne. Valid, but you seem to be enjoying yourself. So sorry to step away. No worries. No worries. You haven't let the negativity, you know, drown out your own enjoyment. Which I think is important, right? This is what Call of Duty was aware of. They know people would go back to the better games, so they made the guns obsolete. Wait, so they would put in like what is it? Planned obsolescence into Call of Duty? Oh, is Dobby singing? Oh, she's breaking right at the moment. Gotta step away now. You got it, honey. Thanks for joining. I've had so much fun playing with you. Always here for you, homie. Your personality is what got me. It also got me pulled in when you actually acknowledged me in the sense of being put in a video. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Were you the one who was just like, oh my OMG, I made it because I put your comment in the video? No, that sounds stupid, but I took a screenshot. Aww. The negative reviews, I ignore them. Same with Ark Survival Ascended and Wilds. I ignored them, keep playing them, and sharing the moments you and Lawrence want to have. Oh, I appreciate that, Shammy. Thank you. 380 hours. Oh, is that all? I started with Ultimate and Generations and then World from there. And now you got to get yourself into Wilds. And we'll continue to carry the torch forward when it comes down to Wilds. They would nerf all the old guns and make the guns from the new game the best. So if you wanted to be competitive, you had to get the new game, even if the older one was better. Like the older game was better from a gameplay standpoint. I get it. It is a shock to digest, but let's face it, if Generations Ultimate had come out to the West earlier and on PC, it would have happened. Oh, yeah. The same would have happened with World's own launch. It would have. With everything that you go through, your personality and honest memories and moments that you make with people, this is something that should be the reason why you make Monster Hunter content. Do not let other people, what other people say, get to you. But this is yours and quite a few other people's games that they enjoy. And on that note, I go do my chores. I appreciate you speaking some positivity in my life, Potato Chips. Thank you so much, man. I also got to mention in a video on my birthday. It's true. It's true you did. And Shammy has been part of a number of the shorts alongside Immortal, alongside Shy Guy. Bro the Wise. Brotato Chips, putting the Wise in Wise Potato Chips. I would much rather return to World than Rise. I will never touch Rise again. Rise did not sing to me. I'll be fully honest, Rise did not sing to me. And I don't have any hate for Rise, and I know that there are a lot of people who are like, no, Rise was better, no, World was better. I get it. I'm not part of that. Miss me with that, right? It just wasn't my speed. But I'm not gonna spend my time talking about how shit Rise was because it wasn't what I liked about World. Giga Chad behavior in this chat, Slade. I appreciate that, man. I got good people here. I think you need to watch me and get smacked around in Mario Kart World. I gotta get myself a Switch 2. Lawrence was trying to convince me to get a Switch 2 yesterday and impulsively spend all of my money on that instead of groceries like a responsible human being. Yes, you heard that right. My wife was trying to tell me to be irresponsible. I got a good one, chat. So many legends in here, yourself included, BZ. Loving the candid conversation about the game. Like I said, I am okay with people criticizing the game. Like, I feel that people come from different perspectives, different backgrounds, different expectations. But at the very least, I want people, if they're going to, like some of the people say, well, we need to have the opportunity to give our feedback. So that way Capcom can be held accountable to making a better product. I 100% agree with that sentiment. Like, absolutely 100% agree to that with that sentiment. I think it's important that we do when we are spending our hard-earned money on a product that they are marketing to us, that we get what was promised to us, right? Or what we should reasonably expect from that product when we know what that product stands for or is meant to do. But I don't think that Capcom deserves to have their product villainized to the degree that it has been. Just strictly on subjective matters alone. Subjective matters such as, well, the game doesn't have enough monsters in it, or I want more content, or the game isn't hard enough for me. I think that it's important to recognize your subjective experience versus objective reality. And that to me is very much where I find that negativity becomes grating, because there's a lot of really awful takes out there that are just so negative and so lacking in any sort of self-awareness or perspective. If you're going to criticize a game, please just bring something valuable to the conversation. That's what I'm asking for here. Criticism is good, especially with these devs, because they clearly listen to us. IG Bounce Returning, great example of that, JCan. And I think that with the way that they have also stood up to their shareholders when their shareholders tried to pressure them to release it early, instead they doubled down and said, no, we're going to continue our trajectory of trying to optimize this game as much as possible before launch. They stood up to their shareholders. Like, I think that that's credit that they deserve to at least have acknowledged. But the way you criticize is just as important as levying criticism, right? Like, I talked to my team. There was a restructure at work recently, right? And I talked to my team, and we're kind of establishing new relationships with 9 direct reports now. It's the largest team I've ever been responsible for. And I preface a lot of our performance conversations with hey, I'm not going to give you feedback on your performance for feedback's sake. If I don't have something constructive to add to the conversation to be able to help improve or to help guide your strengths into, from goodness to greatness, then I'm just arbitrarily inserting myself into a conversation as a messenger without a message. I have nothing valuable to introduce. So instead, if you're going to levy criticism, like JCan was saying, bring something valuable to the table. Like IG Bounce Returned, Hammer getting some awesome buffs. There are some really great examples where the Monster Hunter community has done a beautiful job of helping create the Monster Hunter that we want to see. And we can continue to do that. But we have to be mindful of the way that we're doing it, whether or not another negative comment to add to a review bomb session is just doing more damage than good. Look at y'all dancing up there. Let's go. This actually reminds me of one of the shorts that I did that I haven't released yet. And I still get chills for moments like this as well. Everybody get ready to be blinded. Yeah, there it is. Shield your eyes, kids. I do too. Gamers Lounge, I do too. Absolutely. Wish it was there. Clark, you know you always have a place here anytime that you're able. My eyes. All right, I've got a Kutku up for the event. If any of y'all want to join, Shy Guy, what kind of pancakes? Could go for some like chocolate chip pancakes, right? People are hating Nintendo and Pokemon and Pal World. Yeah, I know. Still gonna be playing. You can still go do whatever. Yeah, you can still have fun. Go do whatever. I know it, man. For sure. Like, there's a difference. There's a balance, right? Sometimes you have to have necessary difficult conversations. And they're never fun, really. Nobody wants to have a difficult conversation with, you know, somebody that you work with or with a dev team, stuff like that. But just be mindful. Like, I don't think that overgeneralized statements such as, I can't support this game in its current state whatsoever because the whole thing is trash, misses the point of providing meaningful feedback. Cinnamon sounds good too. Oh, damn. Yeah, cinnamon's good. Clark, after the whole conversation around Pal World, yeah, I can only imagine. Immortal, I see you dancing. I see you dancing. I see you. Sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Good to have you.
The guild sent us supply items.
I bet some of the people that shit on the game developers can barely do a group school project. They were the ones who made somebody else do the school project while they got off scot-free. Bam, I know it. I know it. Feedback is a gift, right? Even if sometimes it's difficult to hear what they have to say, feedback is still a gift. And yes, I agree that there's value in that, but holy smokes, how do you extrapolate the relevant or meaningful feedback when it's all a bunch of people that are raging? It's Palico equipment, Clark. I was the one who did the project for 3 people. Oh, Shy Guy, no. I'm sorry, dude. Speaking of maps, what do you think of the new additions they added to Jungle and the Rise? The ruins specifically. I'm sorry, they added new additions in the map? Wait, was that like why Area 11 in the Oil Well Basin didn't exist? Surely that was there before, yeah? Just a touch too early on the offset. So they were the ones that presented the school project then, Shy Guy. Is that because you just weren't really comfortable with public speaking at the time? Was that... how maps returned in Rise had areas we couldn't access in the older games, like the... Oh! Yep, I see what you're saying. Kind of like how in 2 and 4U you could go to Dendorma, for instance. I see. I mean, I don't necessarily know how they would execute something like that along those lines in Wilds, but like, I think it's pretty cool that you could add or expand on the wider Monster Hunter geography or familiar areas, but see a different take of it or a different aspect of it that you couldn't previously. That's why I'm so bad in joining VC sometimes. You living up to your name then, Shy Guy, yeah? I like you for who you are. You've always been fun and friendly in voice chat, though. Please, I hope that you never feel like any of us are going to judge you for, you know, either A, being quiet or how you communicate. Oh, I flubbed it. Could only do that during the day. I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't mind. Hi, baby. I'm sorry? Yeah, it certainly is. It's certainly more cool than it is out in the bathroom. Is it cool downstairs too?
It's okay. Not bad.
No. Hey, GG's. You smell good.
Thank you.
You taste good. Like your lippy. I like your lippy. It's very pretty. Very pretty lipstick.
Thank you.
Probably.
Things a trouble
Hello,
to
Sophie.
do.
Probably carve, shouldn't I?
What do you fancy for dinner?
I don't know. What do we have? Stuff. Stuff then. Don't you dare. Don't you don't make me go out in that pea soup. It is hot and sticky out there. Any day of the week that she can try to ask for takeaway. She'll give me the puppy dog eyes. She'll even get some crocodile tears going. Okay.
It's like a good luck.
It's like a good luck meeting tomorrow. I can cook. You don't want me to cook, you just want takeaway. You want a box? Yeah, you do. Of course you do.
Thank you, baby.
Ah. I love. Y'all, did I just get suckered into ordering Taco Bell for dinner? I think that's what happened. I did, didn't I? Yep. I should probably do that, I guess. You can go into those ruins and there's a crazy underground city that you can move through, or a ziggurat that you can explore in the flooded forest. Yeah, so I do like if there's different conditions as to what you can access to, like different areas that become available. Like think about how the seasons worked in DOS. It didn't necessarily have a geographical impact in that same way, but there are different mechanics based upon different conditions, and that was true, I think, and is true in Wilds here with the seasons and the inclemency. I'd like to see more of that. I'd like to see more maps. I just like to see more maps wholesale, though. It was a unanimous decision. It was a single-handed decision, I guess is what it was. All right, hold up. That means that I gotta Gotta. I'm looking at Grubhub literally right now. Can I even do the boxes on Grubhub? Like, y'all. Box? Oh yeah, actually you can. I like those for, I liked Rise for those things that it did. I think it would probably be valuable to consider adding into World, for example. I'm trying to juggle two things at the same time. So I'm struggling to connect the dots and how they, like, to think about how they might be able to make that actually work. But if they could make it work, that would be a very cool concept, I feel. Yes, I would agree with that 100%. Beezy, she did me real good on that one, didn't she? She sure did. So now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna... You activated her trap card. Mine does that to me too. All right. You know. I suppose we could do that. Get a couple boxes. She likes those Lux boxes, the one that has like a burrito and a few tacos and some nacho chips in it. Made it work for 3 old maps and biomes and Rise. They could do the same for beloved older maps in the future. I think that they could, and maybe that would be something that they could explore, for example, Slade, in the DLC, right? Yes, yeah, that's what they're called. They're called Lux boxes. Madi, hello and welcome. Apologies for missing your message there. I had been tasked to Chinese food from New China, from New China. But I was ordering dinner for myself and my lady. Hussock with the Poke Snowy Mountains, volcano, desert area. Yes, I would agree. I would wholeheartedly agree. It would be very cool. I'm surprised she did not get you to get that Switch 2 though. It's not for lack of being interested in doing so. My lady, she is. She do be my lady. Make sure to get a side of powder in a barrel. I don't think that's how she wants to go. I'm just gonna go out on a limb there and say I don't think that's how she wants to go, Clark. Switch 2, where you buy the game case from a store to get a digital download code. We don't talk about that. Stumbling upon a random Kushala molt near a peak would be crazy for new hunters. I wonder if Kushala Daora would make a return. Like Kushala Daora, Teostra, Lunastra. That would be interesting. Bit of a spicy kick. There'd be more than just a kick. More than just a bit. Hella spicy. I'll buy Jada Switch 2 when I sell my book. Well, there's a meeting she's got with a literary agent tomorrow. And hopefully we can have some forward motion on that. So I'm very excited for her. I'm very proud of her too. It's exciting. Explosive flavor. Clark, I love how you spelled that the UK way. Up until I realized that you're from overseas, and I keep forgetting that because for whatever reason I see your name and I think you're American.
Good to have this.
They're the most of the most iconic of Elder Dragons. I know the closest we've got right now is a half Elder Dragon and with Gormagala. And I definitely think that Elder Dragons will happen. I just think that they wanted to get away from so many Elder Dragons like they did in World. Like the kick in Return of the King when Shagret drops the kicks out. We were just talking about that, by the way, but Lord of the Rings last night, Dan. That's because Soldier from TF2 is American. See, that must be it. That must be it. I fear what Elder Dragons are going to do to us. Maybe that's the kind of difficulty that Wilds needs a little bit of. You know, it needs some of that Elder Dragon je ne sais quoi. I think they want to move away from the horse PTSD. If you know, you know. Oh, I do know. I do know. The one with the lion face. Oops, oops. It's sleeping, sleeping, sleeping. Sony did a whoopsie and leaked some of the stuff about TU2. Yeah, a little bit. Little bit, Breezy. But at least Lagiacrus looks fantastic, though. Yeah. Release date for TU2 drops June 30th, y'all. But I'm curious which Sony intern's about to get fired. The icy unicorn? Wait, you talking about Velkhana? Because I was not talking about Velkhana. I was talking about Kieran. Like AT Velkhana's a bit of a... Yeah, Kieran has a lion's face. TU2, title update 2. Oh, Orochi Kieran. Oh, I see what you mean when you're talking about... Okay, yeah. No, I was talking about Kieran. I had a hell of a time with Kieran the first time that I fought Kieran in World. And that's not Orochi even. Has Lawrence finally agreed to watch it? You know, she's more open and receptive to it now. We'll put it that way. A horse face? Am I just losing my mind? No, it did not have a horse face. I have not gotten a Switch 2, although Lawrence is trying to tell me to get myself one. And I think chat is trying to be the devil on my shoulder to do much of the same, but... It was a choice between either a Switch 2 or being a responsible adult. I chose to be a responsible adult. Teostra is very much more the lion's face. That's true, Slade. But it's definitely not a horse face. I don't know what you would call it. Like a horse, I don't know, lion man face? Ish. It's a little more anthropomorphic on Kieran than it is on like Teostra or Lunastra. Get down. Gonna pop. Did I hit it? Yes. Okay, cool. Get back on the ground. Hard choice. Yeah, do I want to eat this week or do I want to switch to? It's meant to be a giraffe.
Let's head back.
I mean, in Legend, sure, but it's... Y'all, come on. Like... Hold on, let me carve this first.
This game's a trove of new data.
I don't like hearing being called an elder dragon. It is neither dragon, but, well, I call her Death Pony. Perfection. So if you look, hold on, because it's a unicorn, right? But it's got, that's not a pony face. I don't know, is it a dog face maybe? It looks more lion-esque to me. Snout, too much of one to be called a lion. Right, because if you think of Teostra, he has more of the traditional, like, feline nose right there. Whereas this has more of a snout like this here. But it's just not a horse. It's definitely not a horse. No. It's too... almost lizard-like. I see a lion dragon face. Okay, fair. It's like a lizard-like lion face. I guess is probably the only way that I can liken it to something. But Death Pony is suitable. Yeah, Death Pony makes sense. Scales dog. Yeah, sure. You know what, Clark? We'll go with that. Reptilian face. I'm not even mad about it though. Never gonna see it the same now. I have shown you a whole new world. See, you thought you came for Monster Hunter, but really you came for the discovery that completely transformed your perception of Monster Hunter going forward. I don't know. It's not the content you asked for, but it's the content you deserved. Okay, so I have 5. I still need 4 more. I literally need 4 more of these. Oh my days.
Yeah.
A lizard donkey. A lonky. I don't know that I like that.
Make sure you're prepared.
Not gonna lie, I am getting hungry though. I guess it is that part of the stream. I think the word works is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that sentence. Yeah, it's gotta patch over all of the holes in my thought process and logic there, Dan. Can't really get a good look at it when it's trampling me. Anybody who has fought a Kieran ever. Although we've seen a lot of them, I think Brachydios would be an interesting choice for wilds. Only because it would be a really rude awakening for a lot of hunters. Also, if it's Raging Brachydios, Blast Scourge, And there's literally no answer to Blast Scourge in Wilds at present. So that would also be fairly interesting.
We got this.
Let's be on our way.
But considering we've got Gravios already, it would stand to reason we get a Cantor back. That could be doable. Raging separates the chaff from the wheat in regards to hunters. You don't screw with them lightly. That is for sure, Slade. Raging Brachydios. I mean, I don't know if this really counts, but Furious Rajang was certainly a wake-up call for many hunters too. But I did love how he kind of had his own... I don't want to say it was his own arena necessarily in the Guiding Lands, but it was kind of separated and segmented in the volcanic region when you got to his final phase. And that was a pretty cool mechanic, adding to the difficulty of the fight. Rajang, okay, yeah, Furious Rajang. Oh, Rajang separates the chaff from the wheat. I'm sorry. Yep, I did misread that. Yep. Furious Rajang in specific was a pretty stone wall for me. Regular Rajang not as much, only because he just wasn't as abusive with all of his AoE attacks. It was easier to mitigate because he wasn't in his furious form quite as much, his powered up form. Whereas Furious Rajang was there the whole hunt, the whole time. But yeah, no, Rajang was a bully, full stop. And the first time that you ever fought Rajang in a Monster Hunter game, you knew. Doesn't matter which generation it was from, you knew. The first monster that would throw you into a pile of splatter against a wall. It does make a world of difference, 100%. Like, one of the biggest difficulties, one of the biggest challenges in this game is interpreting a monster's tells. That is key to every single hunt. You have to know their posturing. You have to know their attack rotation. You have to know their general behavior. You have to know where their weaknesses are physically on their body. Those are all pieces of the hunt that you can only get if you fought them, right? Like, you can get a guide that tells you this does more damage if you strike here. Sure, okay, cool. How do I do that now? Because you've just not been accustomed to that dance with that particular monster. But once you get it down, it's like riding a bike. So if you've fought Rajang in the past, then yeah, you know, you'll have an edge, to be sure, regardless of which generation you're playing. So I think that carries true very much into this as well, where, you know, the new monsters were certainly new, and that took some time to kind of discover. Think about the second open beta test that we had for Wilds, where they added in Chained Arkfeld, and you had to fight Chained Arkfeld in beginner gear at level 1. That was pretty cool, right? Like, you were learning a brand new monster. You were learning the strategies. And in that same way, I think that a lot of veteran hunters have a very clear advantage when they're talking about what monsters they're fighting or the difficulty that they experience within Wilds. I play Hunting Horn. All we do is dance. You can dance if you want to.
Yes.
I get hit with game's too easy from people who hate fighting Raging Brachydios. Raging Brachydios was a beast of a fight. And he absolutely was a jerk sometimes, but it's a great fight.
Quest accepted.
Yeah, the first Raging encounter for a new player is defining. It will indeed. Certain individuals will either tilt and completely crash out, or they'll step up and they'll find a way to embrace the challenge, rise to that challenge, and learn to navigate the hunt the way the game was intended. Tacos. We'll be here at the top of the hour, my love. Yeah, you did damage. You did damage. Or people will claim artificial difficulty when met with a challenge. So what is it then? Is it the game's too easy? Or is it the game's too cheap and it's terrible design something because it was hard? Like, oh God, for fuck's oh. I made a promise, J-Can, that this video was going to be the closest anybody would have, the closest that this channel would come to a crash out from me. That almost okay. I didn't. As an SNS main at the time, Rajang was a beast. Yeah. Oh my days. Thought you guys no, tacos. I got tacos. Hold it together, man. Fam, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. You got this. All right, I'm trying, man. Call upon the power. the wind, the earth, the wild. I don't remember the quote from Goku. Spirit bomb. 5 episodes later. The game is too much of whatever the thing I want to be. This game is too much of X, Y, or Z because I find that I can complain about it. I think my line is arch-tempered. That is too much padding for a non-G rank hunt. I mean, there was a couple of arch-tempered as well in World, like base World, non-Iceborne, if I'm not remembering or misremembering. So I feel it's on brand. I'm not surprised. But I would prefer that they don't just go like that direction the whole time. Like that's the only thing that they do for expanding the content. I've talked about this earlier. I talked about it in multiple streams before. The answer in Iceborne primarily to the player agency and power granted by the Clutch Claw was just gobs and gobs of HP. There wasn't a lot of variation to mechanics. That's why I liked siege hunts so much, but there just wasn't a lot of variation to mechanics. Or new monsters to scale the difficulty parallel to the amount of player agency afforded by the power of the Clutch Claw. And so hopefully, I mean, they're already doing it with the 8-star tempered apexes where they just like flat out doubled, I want to say, the HP for the 8-star ones. And I don't necessarily like that. I don't want them to go that direction to answer the incredible player agency that we have afforded to us by focus mode. I don't know how to equip slinger ammo with a controller. Immortal, I'm sorry. But Clark, you would not be wrong. Arch-tempered Kieran looks at you in base world from halfway across the map and you nearly die. Just like your insides melt for whatever reason. It's just like, oh, Kieran farted. You press Alt F4 to equip. Do you want me to press Alt F4 right now? Do you dare me to press Alt F4 right now, Dan? The Plesioth hit check without the Plesioth. Should I go back and play World again before I get Wilds next week? Just to refresh my... No, because the controls are very different in Wilds. So if you're going to play Wilds, just play Wilds. Sure, why not? Okay. Just did. Literally just did. I'll do it again for you. Make it a triple dog dare. They have, no, I just Alt F4 twice. I literally did. Press X to doubt. All right, Dan, I'm gonna show you why you have no reason to doubt me after this fight. But hold on, let me do it again. Alt F4, Alt F4, Alt F4, Alt F4. The Alt toggles here, so you can tell that I'm pressing Alt, right? F4 here would bring up my menu. Alt F4, Alt F4, Alt F4. Oh, it's the power button to my PC. No. Now, Alt F4, you'd usually close a game. I think it's here. This one, right? Nope. This one? Yep, here we go. Disable Alt F4 force quit. It's on. You can see it's on. Just ask Lawrence. Yeah, she hasn't Alt F4'd out of the game because Alt F4 protection is on by default. More honey, please. Why doesn't it hit him? It so should. But yes, Alt F4 protection actually occurs. Thank you for the flash. Actually occurs in the menus of the PC players. Yep, they actually do have fun. It would be terrible if you're holding Alt, you pressed F4 to switch your menu, your item menu, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, I Alt F4'd. You out yourself from the game because you're trying to focus mode and switch your item hotbar at the same time. Format C. Oh yeah. Did something similar to that with a Linux-based backup appliance one time when I was trying to sync to an external drive, but I actually synced to the external drive, which was empty, to the C drive instead. Or well, it wasn't the C drive, it was SDA. Imagine the support tickets. My game keeps crashing. It just keeps crashing every time I try to open my item menu. What the hell, man? There's this weird bug that the Alt F4 setting screws with your FPS. Turn it off and Alt F4 to rest. Trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. That's another trap card. I know. I pointed it the wrong way. Oh, man. I was like, hey, boss, I think I goofed. Just delete System 32. It speeds everything up. Yeah, download more RAM. Yep, like we did all those years ago in the days of Freedom Unite. Formatting your hard drive? Or are you talking about the data transfer that you had to do?
Yeah.
Because y'all, legit, I have... Whoops. Which one is it? Which one is it? I use this in my shorts a lot. I'm probably staring. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I could do this for a total of 8 minutes and 56 seconds. I don't think I want to do that, but yeah. I love downloading more RAM. Good lord, that takes me back. Like I said, I use that for some of my more humorous shorts. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to depart. Oh, I pulled a Samwise. That was a misclick. Yeah, Hans, anytime, man. Anytime. I'll keep an eye out for it. I might not be able to get to it tonight, though, but I'll try to get to it tomorrow if you send me a message, okay?
The hunt is on. Let's have another hunt with no surprises today.
Imagine the memory training of 1 terabyte of RAM on the first bit. Dude, I have enough problems trying to get AMD processors to memory train on 32 gigabytes of RAM running at the rated speeds, like 6,000 megabits per second, and they're barely stable due to the Infinity Fabric. Yeah, okay, see you in a week. Yeah, okay, as if. Please don't reset your freaking BIOS settings. If you do a CMOS reset, you're going through that whole shit all over again, man. Gotta get ready to go to sleep. Hey, thank you so much. Hans, it's good to see you, bud. I appreciate you taking the time to hang out with me today. Accidentally turn off the computer and have to do it all over again. Yeah, you know, like just like how Lawrence had to go through caching her shaders again. I love the DACA though. Oh, I love the DACA so much. Tablet hates me for typing. That's okay. That's okay. If somebody kept poking me and asking letters to come out, I'd probably hate them too. Oh. I literally spent that whole time walking up to you. And that's what you're gonna do? Sorry, Parshath. Hate to rain on your parade, bud. Oh, sleeping. Oh! Phew. I wasn't the one that poked it. I wasn't me that time. Almost did, though. Ah, flubbed it. Stop it. Why am I having such a hard time getting this? Kutku! Oh, you're... Goofy bird. No, I ain't gonna hit that, I don't think. Why are we running around? We're having a hell of a time. Give me that wound! Get on the ground! Sheesh! Yeah, I followed through on that one a little too early, I think. There is definitely follow through on that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you never gamble on a fart. We were all having a hell of a time trying to figure out what we were doing. What are you, hell? I fudged their huggies. Yeah. I fudged me huggies. And if y'all are here, you're enjoying yourself, please consider liking the video. Helps out the channel a lot. Helps out the videos a lot. Thank you for being here, for supporting me, for giving me words of encouragement when I needed it. That meant a lot. And if you're new here, you haven't done so, would love to have your subscription if you're interested in content like this or other content that I may produce, depending upon where I choose to go with the channel in the course of the coming months. I like your soft face. Thank you. I moisturize. Appreciate that. What did I miss? Oh, it was the primary discussion early on in the stream was just about all of the negative hype and the review bombing that's going on with Monster Hunter Wilds right now. We love self-care. Oh yeah. Make sure you face mask.
This is a rare research opportunity. Can't let it go to waste.
Oh, someone got something rare. GG's. That's the best I can do you. There you go. That's pretty good. That's a shame. I've not played it, but it seems like a good game from here. It is. It is a really good game. It does not deserve the hate that it's getting, but there are some very valid criticisms against the game, and I think that it's important to understand and recognize the valid criticisms and where they come from, but also to recognize what our expectations realistically should be for the game. Only 4 months, not even 4 months yet, out from release. And we haven't even gotten title update 2 yet, which is coming at the 30th of this month, where Lagiacrus, a returning monster from previous rosters, is coming back. Clay masks are great, man. No, if you want your facial hair to feel velvety, do a clay mask. Trust me. Trust me. All right, so I think that means...
Come on over, hello.
I believe that means...
A sage show.
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
You will quit the game when you're 500. What did Sony leak about TU2? Release date, a screenshot of Lagiacrus, and some of the notes about what is coming with TU2. I would say just go look it up for yourself because I don't want to talk too much about it. Thankfully, that stuff is indeed confirmed. However, the bigger problem is that there are people who are saying, oh, well, this is also the data mine leaks associated. And that's like, I'm like, that's not, don't do that, please. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want people to end up seeing the entirety of everything. And so people have taken that as an opportunity to leak data mined information as well. Sony actually took it down. Oh, gotcha. Hello, Gemma. Yeah, Gemma is great. And the thing about Gemma too, I love Gemma so much as a character because you get to actually see her as a person throughout the game. She's not just there for eye candy. So she may be pretty for sure, but she has substance as a character, and I really like that. How did... Oh, wait. I need to take off. It's because I equipped it to the Palico. Hold up. I think I had... Yeah, we'll go with this. Cool. Yes, the Palico, and you can change your Palico's outfits and stuff like that too. Why does your cat look like a teddy bear? It's a Woodwood. That was actually why I was doing this quest over and over again. It's an event quest to get a Woodwood outfit for your, for your Palico. So, I'd say that about does it. We're going to be having dinner here, arriving shortly. Thank you for watching, y'all. If you have suggestions and you want to talk about, like, hey, what sort of things would I actually prefer to see you stream? Or what do you think would be a good angle to approach? Please, I'll take recommendations in the lounge in the Discord. Would a wood? How much wood would a wood if a would? But yeah, I would be happy to take recommendations. I mean, I think some options right now might be doing a playthrough of Monster Hunter Tri, like doing Tri Ultimate. I have not played through all of that, so that would be interesting. And then anytime that there is new content in Wilds, I could swing back to Wilds for the time frame of the new content. Or I could do a Expedition 33 playthrough and then pivot back to Wilds. That would make it difficult for me to make Monster Hunter content, and I do daily shorts, so it would be difficult for me to do the short form content piece. That might be the two options that I have here. So I'm not sure where we'll be going, but BZ, you have a very soothing voice, and it's nice to listen to you while I'm doing stuff around the house. BZ, oh, brother, you flatter me. You, sir. If y'all don't know BZ's good people too, by the way. Go make sure to give him a sub. He's just a really good dude. Been a good friend to me. Jcan here in the chat too. Really awesome guy. Great kind of like father figure. He does Monster Hunter with his son quite a bit too. So if you're looking for some other like Monster Hunter creators or creators who have branched away from Monster Hunter and done other things as well, BZ and Jcan are some great people to watch as well. But with that in mind, it'd be 3U, Clark. 3U would probably be the like of it. Or Expedition 33 doing New Game Plus. Just that might propose some challenges with trying to get short form content daily. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I'll take recommendations in the Discord, or if you want to reach out to me on social media and chat about it, you know, if you've got ideas as to where you'd like to see me go in the future, would be open to that. Titan tried to jump on top of a lamp. What is wrong with him? He's your son, babe. I don't know what to tell you. He just wants to be up. I know. What is our message for today? Our message for today. Now we're gonna wrap up, okay? But when we wrap up, before we go, you have one mission, y'all. So please don't go anywhere. Did I miss anything? We're wrapping up Potato Chips, but you came in just in time. So anybody who is within earshot, I want you to type in the chat. I want you to type in the chat, happy hunting. Don't send it. Don't send it yet. Type in the chat so that way it's ready. I'll do a countdown. And then I want us all to happy hunting together. Okay, I'll do 3, 2, 1, happy hunting, and that's when you send, right? So type it out in the chat, have it ready. I'll give you a moment to go. Get it typed up. Leave it there, don't send it. Probably the latter, Clark. Probably the latter. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Happy hunting! Happy hunting, y'all. And thank you all so much. I appreciate each and every one of you taking your time with me today. I appreciate everyone for stopping in, for supporting me, for the words of encouragement, for your perspective, for bringing your opinions and discussion to the table over a topic that I feel is long in the tooth at this point, but deserves to be discussed. Thank all you. Holy shit, dude. Whoa. Yo. Potato Chips coming in and dropping a $50 dono. Potato Chips, man, thank you so much for that. That helps me out a lot. It really does. It helps me out a lot. Helps out the channel a lot. That generosity is not expected, but y'all, let's get some love for Potato Chips in the chat. Let's hype it up. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. You just paid for my dinner, so appreciate you. Potato at it again, y'all. Consider myself very fortunate. So thank y'all. Thank y'all so much. I will be live again on Sunday. So please, if you wouldn't mind, tune in. It's 1 p.m. Eastern time. Would love to see all y'all there. Whether I'm doing Monster Hunter, whether I'm doing Expedition, or I'm doing something completely different. But I'm grateful for the people who have determined that they would support me regardless of what direction I go with the channel. Also check your Discord DMs. Yeah, you're right. I know. I'm behind on that, man. I'll try to make sure I get that done for you tomorrow, okay? I know you've been sharing some delicious music with me. So, sent another bit of music to jam out to. Yes. Okay, perfect. Maybe that'll be the Monday that I get started. Awesome. All right, y'all. Well, happy hunting again. I mean, for real this time. And as always, my friends, may the Sapphire Star guide your way. I'll see you in the comments below.